much of a move. But that's okay. That is okay. Alright, so what am I doing today? What am I doing today? Actually, I know what I'm doing today. I think while I wait for folks to roll in. Okay, I know what that is. While I wait for folks to roll in, I'm gonna slap some gloves on. Because I've got 3D prints that I printed and then I've just left hanging for a couple days. And that's not, I mean, it's not bad, but it's not good either. In a habit of procrastinating, even with the things that I really like to do. All right. Feel like I'm suiting up to give a tune the dip. Which, man, I love Who Framed Roger Rabbit. Such a good movie. Okay. There we go. Alright. Loved up. Now I can do stuff. Oh, one of my last prints. Nice little guy. It's like a war troll or something. I like how he came out, though. The base, unfortunately, is just slightly warped, but you really can't tell. You really can't tell, unless it's on a flat surface. So there's that. Okay. I'm gonna put that one over there and this one over here. I want to try to clear up this mat as much as possible. Looks like I've got some cat hair on my mat too, so that's all right. But yeah, I'm gonna work on some physical stuff while I also work on mental stuff today. The writing part. The writing part. Okay. You know, they, so far, they look like they came out pretty good. I'm excited to see these. Put the cover back on the printer, because we don't want dust getting in there. Okay. I'm gonna pop these off real quick. Kind of set this aside. It's a trick I found online, as with pretty much everything else. But using these cheap pickle containers really works. For quick rinses of all the extra resin that's still on these things, because it's still pretty liquid. So I guess I should talk about, sorry, for anybody actually wanting to watch this part, my hand's gonna be in the way a little bit. I guess I should actually talk about the campaign and where we're at with it. We didn't play last week. Because I'll chalk it up to family stuff. And we'll just leave it at that. So family stuff kind of got in the way, but that's okay. These things happen. There we go. Nice and easy. That was actually a really, really nice, that was a really nice removal. But yeah, did you hear world building? Yes, you did, Trash Tendo. And welcome. So I was just saying, hey, and Turtle Duck. See, everybody starts rolling in. How long's it been? 5 minutes. Cool. So everybody starts rolling in 5 minutes. How are you guys doing? But yeah, we didn't play D&D last week. We were waiting on that 6th person, and he didn't show. Family stuff. We'll leave it at that. But tomorrow, I think we're playing no matter what, whether he shows or not. So, or at least that's what I'm planning on. So, tired per usual. I am sorry. And Sir Roger Bottoms lurking. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. But yeah, I figured, because I have some physical stuff I have to do, like mini prep and some terrain stuff. So I figured, why not work on this while I talk, right? Because I can absolutely do both. There we go. And now I have our Discord up, our wonderful, wonderful Discord up. Okay. So 50-20. You realized when you woke up this morning you didn't catch the Nuzlocke last night. That's okay. We didn't lose anybody. What happened with last night's Nuzlocke practice? We didn't lose anybody, and we got a queen for our king. So there's that. Got our female Nidoran. Sorry, I've got like one fucking hair that's bugging me, and I'm gonna go cut it off here in about 5 minutes. But we didn't lose anybody. We fought Whitney, and King did some damage, but you know, that Miltank was just a little too strong, and it scared the crap out of me. So we swapped out King for our wonderful Dude Rock, and Dude Rock tanked all of her hits. Except it was funny, she just kept using Stomp. She wouldn't stop using Stomp until she had no more Stomp. And then she started to roll out. And I was like, okay, this is what Dude Rock is for, right? This is what Dude Rock is for. He is for battling Whitney's Miltank. Specifically, because he's got that high defense. I know that rollout's not going to be able to build a ton of damage on him right away. So I was like, okay, this is good. And then rollout hit like 5 times in a row. And at that point, I'm like, she took out like half of Dude Rock's health with one hit. I was like, oh fuck, we might lose somebody. But I was like, Dude Rock's the only one. Dude Rock's the only one we can actually count on. So I left him in. I healed him up. I was like, I'm not gonna switch out to somebody so she can just kill them. But I was like, I'm hoping and praying that rollout misses, and thank fuck rollout missed. And yeah, I got the kill. It got scary. It got real scary, but I got that kill. Oh, I also got smart and I went and bought like a roll of actual shop towels for this. I kept using up our regular like house paper towels. Then hey, J-Ron, how you doing, buddy? I'm gonna wipe up some of this, but as with everything with the resin, it always gets cleaned up with some IPA, some isopropyl alcohol, not your India Pale Ale for all you beer drinkers. I can't stand IPAs. I usually don't like lighter beers. But yeah, we'll do some world building. Because I still need to plan out some things. We made some really good progress last week with all of our world building. And I was really, really happy with it. So we're gonna try to continue on with that. Sorry. J-Ron, I saw you were walking the pup. How's she doing? How's Luna doing? And I'm doing good. I'm doing good. Just gonna be kind of all over the place right now. And there's our brand new prints in some IPA. Oh yeah, and you get the nice reflection of the camera. Here, we'll do that so it's not quite as much. I'll just leave it here for now. I have 2 of these. And this process is a little like I really get in depth with this process. But yeah, we'll do some world building. I have my Temple of the Wild Soul pulled up because the progress we were making was there, and looking over it, where is it? I don't think I have any resin on this glove. Let me find where it is. No, so it would be up here. Oh yes, right here. We started talking about adding in a hot spring, and I think we were also working on the map. And I'll probably pull that up at some point as well. But I do wanna keep going with that. I think we're coming up with some really, really good stuff. Thanks to one of our new viewers. Oh god, who was it? Vampiric Hyrulean, and I only remember the name because it just stuck out to me for some reason. Trying to clean all the extra liquid resin off of these prints. But yeah. So we were gonna have a benefit and a malefit, because you know we're being like that. Just banging off the IPA. But yeah, we're gonna continue on with that and see what other stuff we can kind of pull up. It's wonderful world building for the temple. It also can kind of link in with various other things that we have going on in the world potentially. So yeah, let me get these prints into the Sonic bath real quick. Okay. Luna is good giving your roommate hell, though. That's fine. I'm sure she deserves to be able to give people hell every once in a while. Where? Oh, yeah. Shop towel. Grab this. But, yeah. Sonic Bath. It's literally a jewelry cleaner. Like one of those little electric powered jewelry cleaners. It uses sonic waves to vibrate the cleaning solution inside of it. And that's how it cleans stuff out of all the little nooks and crannies. So it's great for resin prints with small, tiny details. That said, if you do use one, don't put isopropyl alcohol in it, because with electronics, there's always the chance of sparking, and with sparking around alcohol that's like 98% alcohol, there's a fire hazard. So use either very special methods or don't use isopropyl alcohol in your Sonic Bath. Okay. I've got my second wash here just cuz. Just to really give it a good rinse. Okay, so we kind of need some information. We kind of were gonna do hot spring stuff. I need a benefit. I need a benefit for bathing in the hot spring for half an hour. And I think what we were going to do is we were going to go with something that was a little... It was tied to the whole purpose of the temple being up there, right? I think we were going to make it the reason why there was a temple up there. Which means that it should have some sort of like spiritual effect, right? So let's say some world travelers are climbing up these mountains and they're just kind of exploring the mountain range. They come across a hot spring up in the mountains. It's a godsend, right? It's absolutely amazing. It's what they needed. So they bathe in it. The hot spring would give them visions, right? And I believe that's kind of what we came to last time with like hallucinogenic gases or something blah blah blah. Either way, there's an effect on characters that bathe here. So we could give them visions. We could give them visions of the astral plane if we really wanted to. We could give them visions of a sea of stars. And we might do that. Do we want to add in an in-game benefit? We could. We absolutely could. We could say... Well, I don't want to say, oh, bathing in the hot spring will count as a short rest. Because I don't want to do that. Look into the fire, it will give you visions. Oh, it's magic. Yeah, I think... I don't know if I really want to give them an in-game benefit. I'd be surprised if they actually stayed up here. So planning one out would be... You know, planning this out is almost unnecessary. Sorry, I'm watching the time on the cleaner. And welcome, Meatball. How's it going? Look into the fire, it will give you visions. No, we're burning garbage. The fumes are causing your neurons to die. Beautiful. Beautiful. Should I... Okay, so here's the question I'll pose to you guys. Should I include an in-game benefit to staying in the hot spring for a little while? That's the question. Should I include an in-game benefit? Yeah, why not? Okay. If I do, I don't want it to be anything huge. Yeah, it doesn't have to be a big one. So I'm sitting here trying to think, what if we did something small? You know, hot springs are typically like healing, that kind of thing. We can go with that. It's tried and true. Nothing wrong with doing it. But how would I do it? I don't want to just be like, oh, you heal up fully, because then that would just be counting a 30-minute rest as a long rest, essentially, because the party is not super reliant on spell slots. So I could do lurk away, turtle duck. Enjoy your mission from God. I don't know if I want to do like a healing. Let them use hit dice to regain HP, but give them back the hit dice they use. I could do that. So it'd be like a free short rest. It'd be like a free short rest. Or I'd give them half their level in hit dice they could roll. As though the spring is doing the healing. Yeah. I could do that. Is health regen? Yeah, that's kind of what we're talking about, J-Ron. Don't make it too OP. Just do a D3 roll. We could, but for a party of level 8s, at max 3 healing is not a lot. You know what I could do? I could have it do a quarter. I could have it do a quarter of their hit dice. So it would just be roll 2, or fuck it. I'm gonna take it out of their hands. I will roll, and I'll roll what? 2d10? I'll roll 2d10 and I'll add their level. No. Yeah. No. Now I'm bouncing back and forth. No, maybe I should just keep it the dice. I'm thinking about the instance where I roll 2 1s. Don't make it too. Okay, yeah. What if I did 2d10? Like 2d10 healing for hanging out in there for what, half an hour? Yeah, half an hour. Let me know what you think of that. The bath is done, so I'm gonna pull the minis out, and then I'm gonna drop them into this second wash. So one of the minis popped off the supports. That's cool. It was actually because I printed off. I don't know how well you can see this. Let me see how well you can see this. Oh, it's not very well. It's the little oogie or oogle that we had gotten before, and everybody loved the oogle. Everybody loves oogle. Would have said it sooner, but watching for cars and being dragged by Luna doesn't help. No, you're okay. You're okay. Don't worry about it, J-Ron. So yeah, what if we did like 2d10? 2d10 healing. And that's it, right? My issue, well, no, not my issue. The part where I'd be a little more worried is, do I just ask them how long they stay in? I guess I could describe how it feels when they get in. And then ask them how long they stay in. Thanks for the ranges. If I did that, I don't know. I feel like when I ask how long they want to do something, they automatically think it's going to be something negative. Especially after this last session where I did that exact thing and it ended up being something negative. Yeah, like I said, pickle containers. These are great. Yeah, I guess I just have a hard time trying to figure out how I'm gonna go about figuring out how long they're staying in there. Unless I gave them like a wisdom save against it. Maybe give them options like, do you want to stay in for half an hour, so on and so forth. Ooh, that's simple and not bad. How long makes sense for the adventure? Honestly, as long as they want, because the adventure pace is determined by them. Fucking alcohol fumes. Wear a face mask, folks. Don't fuck with fumes. But yeah, I mean the pace is pretty much set by them. They're deciding whether they're in a rush or not. Stuff like that. I've given them things to do and time limits on it. They decide if they actually want to do it. And hello, PHP Suitcase. But the world still behaves without. Oh yes, absolutely, absolutely. There are time limits on everything. What they decide to go do is completely up to them, though. And when they decide to do it, completely up to them. Look at this. Look at this. These supports are so amazing. Hey, Cornflakes! Glad you made it. Glad you made it. These supports are so like. All I have to do for this one, for the base, all I have to do is just push my finger in there, and it all pops off. Super nice. The bases are really easy. Yes, Anubis has hands. How else am I supposed to weigh your heart against the weight of a feather? You think I have a secretary to do that? You think a millennial can afford a secretary? Yeah, see, there's another base. These little itty bitty tiny base for our little itty bitty tiny oogle. It's wonderful. So, I do like nice guys and girls, but they have to be extra nice. But yeah, I could do that, J-Ron. I could actually ask them, like, okay, yeah, do you wanna hang out? Sorry, PHP, the simp command's on a timer. Timing is what random encounter tables are for. Get your party moving if they can't decide what the hell to do. True. This temple, though, well, I guess I was gonna say this temple is supposed to be a safe space, but it's not a safe space anymore, is it? And I think that's kind of what's happening with putting a timer on the hot spring, right? They can hang out a little bit, they'll get a little benefit, but if they hang out for too long, they're gonna get screwed over, right? If they tried to stay overnight at the temple, which they very well might, that's probably the point where I'm going to be like, okay, well, you know, what if a few more devils showed up and, you know, wanted to check on things? What if they're not the only ones out there? Are these supports? No, these are arrows. Sorry, I had to get in close. I was looking at these back here, trying to figure out if they're supports or not. And no, they are definitely arrows. Sometimes it's hard to figure out what's actually a support and what's not. A random encounter needn't always be a combat encounter either. A monk or other traveler might fight. Yeah. And lead them toward the temple. Well, I guess the hot spring's going to be right next to the temple, right? As the temple is essentially built around it. I gotta be really, really careful. Oh! And I just realized this print failed. Shit, check it out. So there's a hole right here. There's a hole right here where I'm sticking my finger. There should be a leg. And this print failed, which means I have to dump the resin out of my vat and check and make sure that nothing is stuck to the screen. Wonderful. I'll do that later. I will do that later. Luckily, that model is nothing that I actually need. Get off. Enjoy your mission from God, PHP. But yeah, I'd probably throw in a random encounter if they stuck around for too long. But if they want to hang out in the hot spring, I'd give them like a short rest. And if one of them was like, "Oh, I want to take my short rest in the hot spring," I'm going to count that as a full hour. In which they'll get the benefits, the healing benefits, but then they're also going to end up suffering the consequences. Sorry, this guy is super, like, he's a normal sized miniature. So, like, one the size a player would use, ish. So I'm trying to be careful about the smaller details. Trying to make sure I'm only pulling off supports. And it gets confusing because he has like cloth right here. And then it's supports below, and sometimes they blend in. But yeah. Okay, so let's think. So we have, I'll stick with the 2d10 healing. I think that'll be fine. It's nothing overpowered, but it'll be a nice little bonus, right? I'm seeing if I can just pry him out of this. And I can. Cool. He's got a few extra pieces stuck to him. So do I. This resin gets sticky. But overall, Not not too bad. Okay, cool. And if you guys want to see these miniatures a lot closer, I'll put pictures up on like I'm gonna put pictures up on like Reddit and on my Twitter and stuff like that. Probably on Hover too. And then I'm gonna take these and just drop them back into liquid. Give them one last good rinse. See if I can rinse some of the resin off of my fingers. An average of 10 HP won't be too much to barbarian, but a lot to your bard. Yeah, exactly. I think it'll be a good little bonus, right? It'll essentially be like, oh, you don't have to use one or two of your hit dice on this next short rest, right? Because I'm sitting here thinking, and timing wise, I think they're going to be getting to the temple at about midday, which means they'll have a lot of time to, one, go through a fairly small temple. It'll only be a couple buildings. If they really decide they want to loot the place, it's still only going to take them, an hour maybe to go through things. Sir, don't stick your arm in there. All right. So yeah, it would really only take them like an hour to go through things. A minute or two. A minute at the most for a combat, right? Because a combat in real life might take 3 hours, but in game it's only been about 50 seconds, right? Okay, I don't need that anymore. I am gonna lay this down. I'm gonna put these on the towel. I want them to dry. And actually, let me see here. Let me think. Short time. Thanks for stopping by, Trash Tendo. It's always appreciated. Now, I'm gonna take my gloves off because it should be fairly safe. And if you're worrying about the toxicity of the resin itself, even though the resin that I'm using is, one of the more toxic ones, I looked into it. The only thing you really have to worry about, unless it's extended or repeat exposure, the only thing you really have to worry about is skin irritation. Obviously, don't ingest it. Yeah, just don't eat it. But yeah, at this point, I can pretty much safely, I can go and touch these. They're a little sticky. And we're gonna hope the curing station gets rid of that. You're gonna eat it? I don't recommend it, Geo. I do not recommend it. Let me move this. Okay. So, but it sounds tasty. If you like plastic, if you really like plastic, I had my friend's wife. She's my friend. I'm just gonna call her my friend. I don't know what I'm doing. For some reason, I have to specify exactly who she is to you guys. No. I had my friend actually send me a picture of the. You recommend it? Don't. Don't listen to Shiz. He is not a medical professional. He is not a nutritionist. He is a. You were Army, right, Shiz? Now I'm gonna offend him. He seems trustworthy. Shiz is your doctor. Well, I'll be there at your funeral, Meatball. Yes. What was it? What was it that the grunts ate? Because the Marines ate crayons, right? So didn't the grunts eat dirt? I don't remember what it is. and legal consultant? Oh no. Army doesn't have one? Oh, damn. Well, it'd be funnier if you were in the Marines. Go join the Marines and then we'll talk. Uh, but yeah, don't eat the resin. Anyway, my friend asked me to print off one of those like Shrek pooping attachments for toothpaste tubes. You guys have probably seen them online if you spend a lot of time on there, which you're here right now, right? But yeah, it's just a little screw-on attachment for your toothpaste tube. And then when you squeeze your toothpaste, it's like coming out of Shrek's butt, or you can get it coming out of like his mouth, or you can get like puking unicorn, stuff like that. Anyway, she asked me for one, and I was like, okay, let me look into it real quick. Because my first concern is, is the stuff that I 3D print, whether it's resin or FDM, or PLA, I mean, whether it's resin or PLA, is it food safe? And the general consensus is no, it is not food safe. So as cool as those things are, probably don't do it because you don't want chemicals leaching out from the plastics into your toothpaste. Nah, resin eating makes you immortal. That's what he doesn't want you to know. Shiz, you're setting a terrible, terrible example. And I love it. But yeah, 3D printing. It's, you know, fairly safe. They also say if you're going to do resin printing, do it in a well-ventilated area. It's inside my house, but my house is like almost completely open, and we've got fans going, windows open, shit like that. So I'm safe. And honestly, I could use with fewer, I could do with fewer brain cells. Sometimes. Eat resin, got it. No, do not eat resin. You will be... I mean, I guess you can't die if you're already dead, so there's that. If you want to be really, really cool, dunk your hand in resin and then stick it out in the sunlight. And then it'll just harden over your hand. You're dead inside, does that count? No, unfortunately. We're talking about 100% dead, not 75 or 80%. So benefits, bennies. I think we're good. Bathe for 30 minutes and heal for 2d10. We'll just leave it at that. What's the bad thing? What's the bad thing that's gonna happen? Oh, now I'm more sad. What's the bad thing that's gonna happen? Oh, actually, bathe for 30 minutes and heal for... I'm gonna add in bather, also... Aslo. Also... as visions of the astral plane. A sea of stars and distant floating lands. Sure, why not? This will also be the first time that my players have any sort of encounter with the astral plane in my game, so it's gonna be kind of a blank slate. You do not need to eat resin and drink all of the Everclear in your area in one sitting, and that will not make you immortal. You've had Everclear before? I guess it depends on what Everclear you get, because there's shitty Everclear and then there's good Everclear. Okay. Ooh. Actually, what if we throw in a vision of the constellation? Did I spell constellation right? I spelled constellation right. Oh shit. You're right, Gio. I'm not a medical professional. You cannot prove that Shiz is a medical professional. You cannot prove that. Everclear is when you want to black out, so always drink Everclear. Oof. Oof. Are we dipping into our millennial humor? He's trustworthy? I'm not gonna say he's not trustworthy. Okay? I'm not gonna say he's not trustworthy. But I've yet to see his medical license. But the question is, how pure is it in your area? Because some places it has to be lower for legal reasons. Ooh, I don't know. I actually don't know. I'm in Oregon. I don't know what their rules are on that. A sea of stars, a constellation of a, we'll just say a four-limbed man. Because I feel like we're throwing my players into this area. They have a puzzle here that they're probably gonna want to solve. Are they actually going to be able to figure it out? I have no idea. You're right. Thank you. All men have four limbs. Not all men, Meatball. Not all men. We are not all created equal. Some are greater than us and have 5 limbs. But good call. Good call. I don't know why that sounds weird, right? Like 8 limbs sounds like it's way too many, even though I know what I'm describing. But 4 limbs still sounds like it's more than what is normal. And I don't know why. This is for me. This is for me. You guys are probably normal. And they're like, this guy's fucking crazy. The world limbs or the word limbs is very technical. It doesn't get used very often. Yeah, that's probably what it is. Because I could say a 4-armed, 4-legged man. Oh. And my players are going to be ass clowns. Oh my god, my players are going to be ass clowns. And as soon as I say an 8-limbed man, they're going to go, oh, is he an octopus? I don't get to do anything cool in my games. I don't get to do anything cool without being made fun of. But yeah, we'll give them the vision of that. So it'll be the solution to the puzzle. We're just not gonna say that it's the solution to the puzzle. What would be the downside? What would be the downside of hanging out in the hot spring for more than 1 hour? A hot spring that essentially is like a window to the astral plane. Pruning? Yes. Like that? Headaches. And hello, Patchwork. Welcome. Headaches. I like these like basic ones. And also here, I'll zoom in a bit. I'll zoom in a bit because I realize that this might be a little difficult to see for some folks. I did put in pruning. they become so pruned they age 5 years. How's that? You guys like that? Headaches is good. I'm tempted to do something like their mind gets stuck in the astral plane for, I don't know, 24 hours? Enough to make them freak the fuck out, right? If it's a window to the astral plane, give them residual visions. Ah, yes. Stars in their vision all the time. I'm not making fun of it. Does time flow different in the astral plane? That's a good question. You want me to look it up in the book and see? Or do we want to just make a decision right here and now? Traditionally, it does. Yeah, it makes sense. What might be 20 years there is like a minute on the material plane. Yeah. Or vice versa. Then again, like, it doesn't flow at all. You're basically unaging in the astral. Ooh, good call, Patchwork. That actually sounds about right. Ah, body functions and aging stops. Well, then pruning is not gonna work. I don't know. Would it be a dick move? Would it be a dick move to have them get stuck there for like a day? Mental fatigue of feeling time pass, but nothing actually passes physically for them. Ooh, throwing in exhaustion. Ooh, I like that. It's part of why the Gith are such jerks. They've been unchanging in the astral for so long they went kind of crazy. Ooh. I love Gith lore. I love Gith lore. Thank you, Patchwork. And hello, Braum, the Nat One digital artist. How's it going? Welcome, welcome. That's why you're asking about time dilation. Yeah, that's a good one. That's a good one. How, but a level of exhaustion. Okay, so here's my thing. With exhaustion, you need an effect that's going to end up piling levels on levels on levels on levels. Otherwise, you know, a level exhaustion is like, players brush it to the side. They don't give a shit because they're like, oh, I'll just long rest and it'll go away. Maybe something from the astral sea sees them. How very... Fuck, I forget the name of the floating city from Critical Role's Campaign 2. Astral Dreadnought? Oh, Jesus. You're also thinking from a roleplay scale versus a mechanic, but yeah, absolutely. I like from a roleplay scale, this is going to be something that they're gonna have to deal with. Aor, yeah. I thought like it was called something else, wasn't it? No, maybe I'm mixing it up with the different districts of the city. That's what it is. But yeah, Aor, sure. The Cognosa Ward, yeah, all that shit. Anyway, this isn't Critical Role. So I love this. I really like this. I like the time dilation thing. I like the time dilation. I can narrate 50 years for somebody in like 2 minutes. It'll be great. Sights of the astral plane from old Planescape books. A great globe of water the size of a planet. A 20-mile wide cloud of skeletons. The corpses of gods. Anubis tending to send god corpses. Yeah. It's really like... The astral plane is the plane outside of stuff, isn't it? I don't have any of the books in front of me right now. They're all over there. Oh no, they're just out of arm's reach by like a foot. Look up stuff from Planescape Torment. Okay. Mr. Anubis, has anyone ever told you that you are derpy? Yes. Only because of the googly eyes. And welcome, Bobicus. Let me see. It's the backstage of reality. Technically, we were never meant to be there or see it, but somehow we did. Yeah, because it's almost like a dream plane, right? Yes. But yeah, it's like a dream plane, right? Where things, normal physics don't apply, normal rules of reality typically don't apply, because obviously there's no more. You could just count it as there not being any more time, right? If nobody's aging, then there's no time. But being lost in the astral sea could be. I really like this idea that you're longer on the astral sea than you are on the material plane. So like a minute on the material plane would be, 5 years there. Not dreams, but non-Newtonian physics. Yeah. Well, I mean, that's what I'd consider dreams. where people can do stuff just by their thoughts. But it's not the. I don't know. What's the difference between. How should I bury a body? I'm assuming it's somebody who died of natural causes, and you are the grave digger for the cemetery that they're being buried at. No, don't plant endangered plants above the body. What you want to do is bury it real shallow, right? Because you want that body to be able to breathe, to be able to let out all those natural gases, okay? Otherwise, it creates a really bad environment down below the ground. So bury those bodies shallow, right? That's the best advice I can give you. With gusto. Your consciousness is nothing more than a hyperdimension wave function picked up by the meat antenna that is your brain. Fuck, Patchwork. We're going real deep, aren't we? Okay, so here, let me ask you something. That's metal? I know, it's fucking metal. So let me ask you something. And I could probably come up with an answer on my own, but I want to see what you guys say. What's the difference between the astral plane and the space outside of the planes, where like the old gods are, right? Because that's where the old gods reside, isn't it? Outside of all the planes, in the dark void. Because if you're to go by the books and to limit ourselves and boil this down to a basic form, if you're a warlock of the old gods, that old god patron doesn't exist in any of the other planes, right? Typically, they're outside of it, right? Yeah, PHP. You're pulling this stuff off the internet. We've seen these memes. The ability for humans to get there easily. Okay. So it's easier to get to the astral plane than it is to get to the void. The astral plane is a place of the mind. Thought can move you, take you to where you need to be. Yeah. Which again is why I likened it to a dreamscape, or a dream plane. Ooh, yes, give me the 2E. Give me the 2E lore, Patchwork. Old god stuff wasn't a thing. In new lore, it's kind of messy as to where they are. Sometimes they live in space, sometimes in the astral, sometimes beyond the astral. They've never really tied it up in a nice bow. Okay, so they can just kind of be dropped in wherever they want. I like to imagine that they're stuck between planes, right? in that void. Getting beyond that divine front is almost impossible for most people. Yeah, that makes sense. What does what mean, PHP? And hi, Brom. How are you doing? We're getting a book about getting to the astral plane in August, so it's gonna be pretty easy soon. True. Goo, great old ones. Yeah, thank you. I saw goo and I was like, did he misspell that or something? But I still knew what you were talking about. You doing all right? You got a cold though? I'm sorry to hear that, Brom. I'm sorry to hear that. I hope you get it over it quick. I had something a couple days ago. It hit me right after my stream. And it was almost flu-like, but without all the like congestion and stuff. No vomiting or anything. It was just like chills and overheating, but with no fever. It was the weirdest thing. Weirdest thing. What does collect a ring mean? You're collecting a ring. It just plays a sound. You don't mind putting you don't mind them putting Spelljammer in the astral rather than the old. Oh, I'm not even gonna try to pronounce that. Yeah, I will. Philigestin. I'm guessing it's a soft G. Or is it a hard G? Congratulations, PHP. You got a Tails for whatever you needed a Tails for in your life. And lurk away. Yeah. Okay. Okay. Fair enough. Fair enough. I've gotten some good answers here. I've gotten some good answers. So in the to kind of go back to what we're planning up here. This negative to bathing for an hour or more. It was brought up that something in the astral sea might see them. I could certainly do that. I could certainly do that. I might have a better idea. Stick with me on this one. Because I really, because I'm evil and I like to torture my players, I really like this idea of being able to essentially take their character out for a full in-game day. And it would have almost no impact on the game at all. It would be purely for roleplay, right? But what if, okay, now I need the book. I need to check on this. Oh, and I still haven't fully finished this this puzzle, but I'm still super proud of it. That's why I'm showing it to you guys. Let me stick it down here where it's safe and not going to be seen. Okay, so I'm going to open this up. And I'm going to see if I can find the stuff on the astral plane. Which, hey, look, I'm on the planes section. It's outer planes, right? No, it's not. This is all... Ooh, yes. Other planes? No. Oh, the far realm. That's where they are. Yeah, okay. I think that makes sense. So this says like far realm is where you'll find aberrations, mind flayers, beholders, shit like that. I need anything on the astral plane. I want to see what the books actually say. And then if I agree with it, we'll use it. If I don't, we'll come up with another mechanic that fits a little better. Right? I need, not animism, astral plane, 43 and 46. So it's early in there. I must have just missed it. Oh wow, it comes before Talk of the Feywild? Oh, because it's in alphabetical order, isn't it? That makes sense. Astral color pools. Ooh, okay. So, let's see. Color pools, cool. Psychic wind, that's kind of cool. A creature's walking speed in the astral plane is equal to 3 times its intelligence score. Oof. That's, my party ain't gonna be moving. I want to see... So it talks about astral color pools, which look like they're just doorways to the other planes. Psychic wind effects. Here we go. So the psychic wind can actually push them around, but then it also has a mental effect doing damage. Long-term madness can make them unconscious. Short-term madness. A mental playground and they've brought no toys. A sad affair. I know. Well, they're not expecting it. Okay, so interesting. So I want to know, and this doesn't tell you, so maybe there isn't anything. Maybe there isn't anything as far as, like, as far as time dilation goes, maybe there is none for the astral plane. As far as the books show. Maybe, and who knows, maybe we can play with the rules a little bit. But specifically for the Feywild, if we're going to talk about the Feywild, there's a table that you can roll on to see how much time you actually spent in the Feywild, right? Which is fun. It's random and all of that. It can cause all kinds of chaos. But what if the astral plane functioned a little bit in the same way, right? However, going by the DMG, not saying that people should go by it, but if we were to go by the DMG, we'd be looking at, like, you feel like a boomer listening to this as you're just super confused. That's okay, J-Ron. That's okay. It's not anything simple for people that are new or unfamiliar to D&D. But what if, as by the book, it sounds like the astral plane is actually full of these various pools, which are doorways to the other planes, right? The astral sea is the space between, it's the dream space between planes, where, you know, anybody can come and go as they please because that's what it is. It's kind of like there's an actual plane, and I can't remember what it's called, but it's a plane with doors that surround the entire, like, it's like a city plane with doors that surround the entire area, and each door leads to a different plane of existence. And I think it only yeah, sigil. Thank you. Yeah, it's almost like sigil, but I think sigil very specifically only leads to the outer planes of the gods, right? But the astral plane may function as a way to get to any plane of existence. So a place like this, with all of these open doorways, it would be influenced by all of these planes, right? Sigil is pretty cool. It's a great idea. My DM. Actually, hold on. I guess I need to double check. I don't remember if I'm actually going to play D&D today or not. Let me see. Did they say? No. Yeah. Oh, I'm supposed to go play D&D today. So there's a reminder for me. So he often likes to use his own made up city, but it's essentially sigil in that it's surrounded by he calls it the bazaar, and it's essentially just like a huge marketplace in the middle of a desert somewhere, and then all surrounding it is doorways to different planes of existence. He has doors and doesn't afraid of anything. Exactly. Sigil has portals everywhere, but yes, it mainly goes to the gate towns and the outlands, which is itself an outer plane. Okay. So I don't know. I guess as far as traversal goes, the astral plane would, if you go by the book, would work the same as Sigil. Just more chaotic. Sigil seems to have it ordered, and you know where you're going and yada yada blah blah blah. Like Sigil is the place that has the doors labeled with where you're going and all the stuff that you're gonna need, and they have somebody there with a packed lunch for you. Okay. We get the timer going, shiz. Oh, there it is. Yes, I love you, shiz. Corn, do it when you want. It won't be thought of as rude. I'm not. Oh, my cats. You are in luck. The one that is scared most is out of her hide spot. In fact, let me grab them. Okay, time's up, so I can talk normally. This one that's about to run away is Emma. She's a little goofball, and she does not like being held. There you go, baby. And this sleepy boy is my boy Leon. He's a good kitty. Most of the time. He can be a troublemaker. Oh my god, such cuties. I know, they're good kitties. They are. He doesn't like it when I stream though. I don't know why, but he's usually in my lap. But when I'm streaming, he doesn't like to come around me. There you go, buddy. I also pulled him off the top of their cat tree and he was sleeping, so they were both sleeping. Do they have bells? Yes, they do. Yeah, they each have bells. He's camera shy. Yeah, he is. Well, except for yesterday, I think he like full on jumped up in my lap and then was laying on his back like a baby and was just purring and like rubbing on me. Like Luna? Yes, like Luna. So World of Doors is essentially what we're talking about. But even if the astral plane wasn't a world of doors, it would still be influenced by all the different planes of existence, right? Because you could think of it as the plane of dreams, right? Because being there would be like a dream, wouldn't it? You'd be able to control stuff just like you would in a dream. If your willpower isn't high enough, you're gonna have a hard time lucid dreaming, which means you're probably gonna have a hard time in the astral plane moving around and just traversing, right? So yeah, everybody dreams regardless of what plane they're on, right? Unless you're, dead. And I say that because of like the I don't know. I just feel like there would be influence, right? But maybe the influence from the different planes changes throughout the astral sea. Because if we can think of it like an actual sea, the temperature throughout the entire ocean isn't the same everywhere. It varies. There's warm spots, there's cold spots. There's parts where the ocean moves faster. There's parts where the ocean moves slower. There's parts where the water is completely still and not frozen. It's just still. So what if we treated it like that? What if we treated the astral plane like an actual ocean with currents and temperatures and stuff like that? But it's not currents and temperatures. We can include the currents, which would be the astral winds or whatever the fuck it was, that blow stuff around. But we'll say that stuff floats around. It's like, yeah, stuff floats around. But what if instead of temperature changes, it's time changes? Time speeds up and slows down in certain areas. It only speeds up, or is even present near areas that are thinner, where the plane is thinner and comes close to another plane that is actually affected by time, right? I bring this up. I bring this up because I like the idea. I like my idea of if they bathe for an hour or more, they kind of get stuck in their vision of the astral plane, right? And I wouldn't leave them stuck there forever, because they're just looking through a window, right? They're just looking through a window. But what if that window isn't a window? What if it's them looking through the eyes of someone else? What if they're looking through the eyes of somebody else? And let's say they get stuck there. I could have them roll to see who they get stuck as. And one of them, I could have them get stuck as a slave. For an in-game, for a day in-game, for their character, it would be 50 years or 100 years. Or 24 years. If we really wanted to have an exact, like an exact, something a little more measurable, or a little more easily measurable. So it's like one hour in the real world is a year in the astral plane, or something like that. I don't know. Do you guys have any thoughts on that? Because I'm definitely, I'm not fully married to the idea. I'm not fully married to the idea. It could definitely be better. But, you know, on the other side, you know, I could just go, oh, well, you spend half an hour looking into the astral plane. You go over an hour, something's going to start looking back at you. I could absolutely do that. It would be a little out of place. Would it? Would it? I don't know if it would, because I could make it a thing from a plane where all the bad shit that they're having to deal with is already coming from. But ooh, I'm not sure. I'm genuinely not sure what I want to do now. I need a new chair too. It's real creaky. It's real creaky. God, same. Yeah. All right, you'll be going. It's already quite late. Yeah, thanks for coming by, Cornflex. I really do appreciate it. And I hope you have a good night. And hopefully I'll see you sometime. Wherever you are in the world. Yeah, what? I don't know. Gio, do you have thoughts on this? I'm gonna step away for a second. Before I step away, hello, Gift of Gabby. I will be back in like 30 seconds. Okay. I'm good, Gabby. How are you? How are you doing? On what you were talking game on what? Oh, you were talking game releases. No, that's fine. I get it. Your coworkers are more entertaining than I am. But no, I I don't know. How would you feel? How would you feel if you were in this situation? Okay? As a player, how would you feel if you were in this situation where you get stuck, or you find a hot spring, you sit in it. It heals you if you're sitting in there for a little bit. It's okay, Gio. It's okay. But you're sitting in a hot spring for a half hour. You start to heal. Your wounds stitch themselves back together. The bruising dissipates. Your bones mend themselves a bit. So you decide to hang out a little bit longer. And during this time, you're having visions, right? You're having visions of another plane. You're surrounded by stars, so on and so forth. But you stay in the hot spring for too long, and all of a sudden you're stuck there, and you can't pull away. Right? In game, on the material plane, it would be a day. But for the character, it might be 50 years. It might be 100 years. And it wouldn't be them, because I'm definitely gonna treat this as them looking through a window. But what if the window is somebody else's eyes, right? What if the window is somebody else's eyes, and that somebody else gets imprisoned, enslaved, something like that? Is there a way to get out of it and not fall under the sway? That's a good question. That's a good question. I think what I'd do is I would leave warnings rather than there being like a wisdom save or anything like that. I think instead I'm gonna make it all role play. So they can, during that, anywhere from 30 minutes up to an hour, they can pull away when they want. But if they stay in for longer than an hour, they can no longer... Sorry, don't use they, use you. If you stay in there for longer than an hour, you can no longer pull away. But I will be sprinkling texts and books and whatnot around this temple, kind of detailing the effects of the hot spring. So it's something that you could avoid getting stuck in. But if you didn't care enough to read and do all that, and you got greedy over the healing, then you would suffer. And Gabby, you had to go to your parents' house as it's 81 degrees and your AC isn't working. Ooh, that sucks. I'm sorry. I'm really sorry. I hate warm weather. I much prefer it when it's cold. You're talking about how to describe it to the players. Right. Don't use they, use... Oh, yeah. No, absolutely. So, and that's what I want to do. That's what I want to do. Because they are going to be stuck. They are going to be stuck in there, but they're not going to have control. It's going to be like, I want them to know that it's them. It's their consciousness going through all of this, but they don't have any control over it because it's not their body. But I'm not going to tell them it's not their body. Like sleepwalking, kind of. So I'm not going to tell them that, oh, you're looking through the eyes of somebody else. I'm going to go, no, you see this. This is what you are experiencing here. You have no control. Or sleep paralysis. Yes, exactly. I want them to feel like it is actually them going through this. It's not gonna be their character. It's not gonna be their character's spirit that's dealing with it. Just their consciousness is linked. They're not gonna share Well, I can't even say that because that implies sharing thoughts. I don't want them to share thoughts. I want them to be living behind somebody else's eyes and not realize it. That's what I want. Dogness, welcome, welcome. Like a Fae thing. They live a whole life in their minds in a day. Yes, exactly. Exactly. So there will be no physical repercussions from it. I don't want it to be something that would actually kill them. I want it to be something where their character has an experience that is so crushing. I want them to have an experience that is so crushing that it actually alters the character just a little bit. Could someone gain new fears, knowledge, hopes? Yeah, absolutely. That is something that we could do. And, you know, if I wanted in-game, what's the fucking word I'm looking for? Effects. I'm gonna go with effects. It's not the word I'm looking for. But if I wanted in-game, something in-game to affect them, then I could give them like exhaustion. And not just one level of exhaustion. We could just go, okay, let's see how many levels of exhaustion would they be able to get if they or how many levels of exhaustion would stack up if they were enslaved mentally, if they were enslaved for 50 years. Gift of Gabby 1, thank you for being a viewer, a follower, and a chatter. I greatly appreciate it. Someone should get proficiency in the flute. Okay, why? I'm curious. I may not actually be understanding a reference. But yeah, if I really wanted to do something to affect them in game, and essentially it would just be a punishment for not reading the, you know, for not role playing, which I don't want to do, but honestly, kind of makes sense, right? I don't know what that is. Why do I not know what this is? I feel like somebody's gonna go, oh, it's this, and oh, of course it's that. I'm brain farty lately. But yeah, what about that? And thank you for all the rings, guys. Yeah. Yeah. I could do I could do that. I could do that. I think I could do that. So let me actually type something out. Let me type something out and then we'll see how it looks, right? You eat croutons as a snack sometimes? I've done that. It's not the best. It's not the best for you, but I guess it's no different than like toasting a piece of white bread and then throwing some like garlic butter on it. Who would the person they see through be? Does it matter? Does that actually matter? Do we need to, are you, well, okay, let me ask. Are you asking for like a full background? Or just in general? Because in general, again, I could make them roll for it. I could make them roll and see. And that way I can figure out whose eyes they'll be behind. I could put them behind the eyes of a Gith slaver. Fuck it, why not? Or I could put them behind the eyes of a slave. I could put them behind the eyes of someone who's literally just stranded in the sea and has no way of reaching anyone anywhere. kind of some details to ground what they see. Yes. Okay. So yeah. So kind of like just a general who would they be? And yes, again, I think I'd have them. I think I'd have them roll for it, just because, you know, the game's about rolling dice, right? If you're not rolling dice, you're doing something wrong. If you're rolling dice all the time, you're doing something wrong. But yeah, that's what I'd do, because I'd want multiple different possibilities, because I wouldn't want them all to experience the exact same thing. See through the eyes of mind flayers? We could. I could, yeah. Because then they'd see shit that they wouldn't normally see. It might, because it would be trippy. It doesn't need to be original. Yeah, okay. Just something basic like a Gith or a Slaver. Yeah. So Geo, exactly. That's what I would be doing. I'd have a table with, you know, different options. I'd have them roll to figure it out, so on and so forth. Dogness, honestly, having a vision of an entire life could also be an interesting background from a session 0. You have the entire life and want to reunite or protect. Yeah, no, that's a really good one too. Oh, that is a really good one. How have I never used that? Dogness, when you make a character, when you make your next character, use that. I'll probably use that at some point. Unless they see someone related to their backstory. Yeah, no. I don't think so. I could. I don't know. So there's another thing. There's another thing. Is doing this that's okay. So that there's a problem. There's a problem, right? Because doing this sounds super cool. And I really like the idea. But the biggest problem is it going to relate to my players' stories at all in any way? If it's not, I don't want it to be something super huge that they dwell on forever, because then they're going to go, oh, well, what about this thing that happened? Da, 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 blah, blah, blah. When it was really just inconsequential. But if I breeze over it and it's like, oh yeah, you spent 50 years as a slave in the astral sea, and these are the things you did, and they'll go, oh, okay, that sucks, and then they'll move on with their lives. Find a way to tie it in, or just give a brief moment to lead to character growth. It could half fade like a dream where emotions and fragments remain. Yeah. I might be able to tie it in. Give it to somebody who experiencing this would lead to development. Well, so that's the issue. It's dependent on who actually decides to stay in the spring for too long. Clash Star, see, yeah, no, you're right, Dogness. You're absolutely right. My music's not loud enough. And if you guys like the music, I like to pimp them. It's GameChops on YouTube. It's their live video game study lounge. It's great, wonderful music. I might be able to use it. I might be able to do something. Because the Astral Sea is really, really flexible with what you do with it, right? You can do almost anything with the Astral Sea, right? What's your character you haven't played yet? If you're asking me, Gabby, the character that I haven't played yet that I really, really want to play is a Pact of the Blade Warlock. Whatever the one is that gets the heavy armor. I think it's in Tasha's. I think. Anyway, the one that gets heavy armor and then the Eldritch Smite. But essentially, it's a half dark elf. So half elf, dark elf. And that part's mostly just for roleplay. But it'd be a half elf. The elf part being drow. That believes they are a paladin for a forgotten god. And is essentially being puppeted and lied to by, you know, this dark elder being, or just dark being in general, that's constantly making them think that they're doing good in the world and they are a real paladin because they have all of these paladin abilities. When in reality, the character's too naive to realize that they're being played. And Gio wants to play a kobold artificer in power armor. Small race artificer who rides their iron defender, possibly a kobold who's trying to be a dragon. I like these ideas. You guys are really tied to the kobolds, aren't you? Or your warforged necromancer who just stands against all life. Oh, Gio, how fucking deep do you need to get? So he warforged who hates the fact that he was given life. All right, so he's a millennial warforged, but he's also goth. He's a goth millennial warforged. And I'm so glad he's a goth millennial terminator. There we go. I just boiled your character down to 3 words and I hope you hate it. You have 2 Anastasia, God, I hate names. Hobgoblin, Paladin, Communist, yes. Hexblade, oh yeah, Hexblade's what it's called. So Hexblade Warlock. Hexblade Warlock, half drow, believes they're a paladin. Hexblade Changeling, whose pact weapon is flavored as a mimic. Ooh, I like it. I'm glad. I'm glad you like that, Gio. You're very welcome. You're very, very welcome. So, hold on. I might be able to tie their stories into these visions because I already kind of did a little bit because I gave them that box that they could look into and essentially see their like spirit animal, right? And the barbarian, totem barbarian, he's gone bear. He saw a bear, right? As in Dracula, Mina Harker. Oh. Also, at some point, you want to have a character who gets tattoos on their back every adventure describing the key events, a little backstory. I need a fucking sound, but I haven't gotten it yet. Funny, Dogness. But no, I like that. Actually, Dogness, you know what that sounds like? That sounds like, that sounds like what they do, I hope this isn't racist. I really don't intend for it to be. I'm just ignorant, and, I don't know I don't know what the actual term is, but like, Pacific Islander cultures. They tattoo their like life stories, don't they? So kind of like that, Dogness. You also have a Kalashtar, Kalashtar. I like Kalashtar. Kalashtar bard who can't dream, so she implants dreams into locals' heads to steal them and feel the warm pleasure of dreaming through her performances and stories. But if she can't dream, how is she implanting dreams? And what's the point of taking her own thoughts, putting them into other people's heads, and then stealing back her own thoughts? Or is it kind of like an incubation thing, where she takes a seed, a thought seed, plants it into a sleeping person, it develops into a full dream, and then she steals it? You're gonna say it's that no matter what. You're gonna say it's that no matter what the truth is. She gives them hopes and memories of stories for people to imagine and live through. She plants a seed and lets it grow. Yep, see? That was my idea. That was the truth. You also wanted an arcane trickster rabbit folk who works as a stage magician. You want a rabbit pulling a hand out of a hat and throwing cards. Geo, we all know the truth, don't we? So I might actually be able to tie their look for the cantrip card throw. Ooh, yeah. I might actually be able to tie my players' backstories into this astral vision, right? Because what if it's that they're stuck there? What if it's that they're stuck there, but obviously my players have higher purpose. My players have higher purpose. Two of them are directly tied to gods. One by birth and one by choice. One is directly tied to like the spirits of nature, and another one is a fucking abomination, right? Right? I can absolutely tie that. Because what if the two that are tied to gods, what if it's not that they break out of it after 24 hours just because? What if it's that they have a vision of their gods while they're out there in the astral sea, or while they're having visions of the astral sea, and it causes them to get pulled back out of their stasis, I guess. I could do the same thing. I could do the same thing for the totem barbarian with the spirits, right? With nature spirits and all of that. I could have him confronted by a bear. Oh, I could have him confronted by a bear. And when he's confronted by the bear, instead of like, when the bear roars at him, instead of the bear roaring, what he hears, get this, what he hears instead of a bear roar is like the screams of his family. It's the screams of his family and his friends and everybody that lives in his little village coming out at him, and he just knows that it's them. Because I'm gonna have bad stuff happen there. I'm laughing and I'm smiling. I know it's evil. But that's what I want, right? That's what I want. That's usually when it's good. when I've got the evil smile on. I need to write this down. Okay. Put this here. Hold on. So bathe for 1 hour or more, and the bather's mind gets stuck in the astral do we capitalize both? Oh, whoop. And what if it's not 24 hours? What if it's not 24 hours? What if it's until they're cured? And there's a cure at the temple, obviously. There has to be. Because you know there are going to be some dumbass monks that get their asses stuck in the astral plane, and they're going to come out super fucking weird. Oh god, and maybe that's what happened to Valscythe. Oh god. Where's my homebrew magic items? There we go. Due to a growing hatred in his heart, he ended up using the astral powers that he gave from the yeah. What if what triggered this is him getting stuck? Oh, this is good. This is good. See, this is what I like. This is what I like. When we can kind of tie things together and it makes some sense. So they bathe for 1 hour or more, and the bather's mind gets stuck in the astral plane. What if we leave it variable? What if we leave it variable for 24 hours or we'll just type or until cured. We'll just say cured. Okay. We'll just say cured. The downside is God forbid their body topples over while they're stuck in the astral plane and it drowns. Nah, we wouldn't do that. We wouldn't do that. We'd actually keep it like the astral projection spell a bit, to where the body's unmoving, right? Only like outside forces would really be able to move it. So, what if, let's say while stuck in the astral plane, just remember the PCs shouldn't know it might fix itself in 24 hours. Yes, I know. I'm not gonna do that, but I'm putting this in because I have to have an emergency exit, right? Because if I'm putting them in a situation where they're not going to have control of themselves anymore, I can't take that away forever. I can't take that away forever. And anybody that's planning stuff or is actually wondering why, I'll explain it. This is because if I'm going to narrate this as them having no control over it, I really can't change that later on. I really don't want to, for consistency reasons. but I have to have both options. Because what this does is, if the entire party decides to sit in the hot springs for an hour, they're all going to the astral plane. If they all go, there's going to be nobody left behind to cure them. If all but one of them goes, then that one is going to be panicking and going to have to figure out how to fix this. So they'll need a cure, right? So we have two options. We have emergency exits on the left and right side. People will panic, but there will be ways out. So here's the thing. If all but one, please see your flight attendant for details. If all but one go in and they go under like this, I very well might make it so the 24 hours doesn't matter. I think this is going to be more a guideline for me, and I'm going to have to make a call during the game, right? If they go full on panic mode and they're like, there has to be something around, I need to find something, and they start tearing through scrolls and books and whatnot, they'll find bits and pieces of like a cure that they'll have to mash up and get together, which means that they're going to have to go bouncing around this essentially abandoned temple where they had just fought a bunch of devils. They might encounter something on their own. It should be fun for them. Meanwhile, everybody else is sitting there panicking at the table like, oh my god, are we gonna be stuck like this forever? Is this a party wipe? What the fuck is happening? And I want them to panic. I want them to feel real emotion at the table. And the best emotion I can force on them is panic and fear. That's the best thing I can do. So I'm gonna include both options. We call them emergency exits. I will do the exact opposite when I come up with puzzles a lot of the time. Or just problems. I'll come up with a problem, but I won't figure out any solutions for it. I'll let my players figure out solutions. And when they come up with a solution that I go, you know what, I think that would work, that's the one that I make the actual solution. Because then that makes it so my players aren't getting stuck coming up with good solutions that still don't work, right? The game's about creativity and thinking outside of the box a lot of the time. When it comes to problem solving, some things are obvious, right? Some things are very, very obvious to folks. I played in a game where the DM, we were going down into a dungeon and we came to a room, and that's it. We were chasing somebody, we came to a room, and there was no way out, but there was a mirror on the side. And when we looked into the mirror, we saw the person that we were chasing inside the mirror going through the door that we had just came through. Like, you know, the reflection of the door we just came through, leaving through that. So one of the party goes over to the door and is like, okay, well, I walk back out the door, and he didn't go anywhere. He was just going backwards through the dungeon. This is where I say some things just come to people, and it's like, yeah, okay. Don't ask me why. I walked backwards into the mirror. Cause it's like, so I think I went up to the mirror and I tried to go through it, and obviously I was stopped. And it's like, oh, my reflection is stopping me. So I wonder what happens if I walk backwards. Nobody's facing me to stop me when I'm walking backwards, right? So I walked backwards into a mirror and I passed through it. And we were able to progress after that. I don't know if he planned that, or if he did what I just mentioned, where it's like, oh, you just wait for your players to come up with a solution that's, you know, that sounds weird or crazy or perfect enough to work. But it's I'm gonna say it's a great idea. And I know it's not my idea. It's not an original idea of mine. It's somebody else's idea that I'm spitting at you guys, but keep that in mind. Don't solve your own problems. Let your party solve the problems. So, yeah. This one though, this one's going to be something that's going to be a little more I'm actually going to have to come up with a solution. Because it's so specific, right? It's so specific. Because I don't think it should be something that you can just slap people out of. I would imagine that this would be something that the monks would have encountered multiple times throughout the years of being up here. Throughout the years of new recruits going and sitting in this hot springs and staying in for a little too long and getting lost. Yeah. Yeah. I don't know what the cure would be though. I don't know what the cure would be. Not right now, anyway. I'll come up with something. But while stuck in the astral plane, they have no control over their bodies and live behind the eyes of someone else without knowing. Not knowing. If you can think of a better way to rephrase that, let me know. But it's also just basic notes. So let's say roll on the table. Yeah. Roll on the table for which astral plane entity they are locked behind. I don't know. What kind of table should it be? Should it be if I have 6 players? If I have 6 players, I could make it predetermined. I could make it predetermined. Actually. Flight attendant says jump. You say a D10, Geo? If I do a D10, I have to come up with 10 different options, and then I have to figure out what I'm gonna do when 2 of my players roll the same number. Enough to not have to worry about repeats that much. Yeah. You'd think so. You'd think so. For duplicates go up 1. Ooh. I could do that. I could do that. Actually. Then D12 and 11 and 12 are rerolls. What if... Let me know if you think this is dirty. What if I had them roll, but the roll didn't matter? What if I had them roll, and let's say I had them roll... Let's say I had them roll percentile dice, so a D100. And they roll their 2d10s, but I already have it predetermined who they're gonna be behind. Could do that, or make a list of high rolls, get better experiences. You love the idea of one being a slave master trying to move up, and another was a slave who ended up killing the master. Yeah, that would be cool. That would be cool. I like the idea of them not interacting with each other at all. I want to separate them. I want to make them feel lonely. Person who rolls a 72 gets a better experience in the astral plane than the 12. But what would a better experience actually be? Isn't that subjective? Isn't a better experience subjective? Because let's say the slave and the slave master higher on the food chain, essentially. Sure, but it depends on who's behind the eyes, right? They wouldn't have to be the same ones, just position-wise. Oh, yeah. No, you're right, Dogness. But let's look at the slave versus slave master. If I stuck, and this is kind of why I want to do. This is actually mostly, not kind of. This is mostly why I want to do predetermined. Because if I take the big bad barbarian who likes to brute force his way out of everything, and I put him in chains, flimsy chains or rope, something that he'd easily be able to get out of, put him in front of people that he could easily take on in a fight, but he's literally just struggling the entire time trying to fight, but he can't. That would be a horrible experience. But if you take the super nice, peaceful, quiet cleric and you put him behind the eyes of the slave master who's whipping and torturing people to get them to do stuff, constantly yelling, I'd say that'd be just as bad of an experience, wouldn't you? Make each one a foil then. I don't know what you mean by that. Yeah, foil them up. like like a foil dinner? You want me to wrap them in tin foil? I don't know what that means. But what if a foil is like an opposite character? Ooh, okay. Yeah. So yeah, I'd kind of like to do that. A foil in literature is an example. Okay, yeah, cool. I'm not a professional writer. Geo's the professional writer. He's a big Hollywood man. Or he will be. But yeah, so yeah, let's foil them. But that means predetermined. Oh no, it's fine, Geo. Just knowing what a foil is plenty. Then he will spoil us and sponsors. Ooh, I can't wait for Steven Spielberg to sponsor me. All thanks to Geo. Thanks, Geo. Who wants Disney dollars? I want Disney dollars. Zack Snyder sponsors? Ooh. You know, I haven't mentioned it yet. Because I really wasn't going to do anything with it. I just wanted to see what happened with the whole sign-up process. But I did it last night. I got my Humble Bundle partnership. So that's cool. They're not legal tender in the US, just Disneyland. Predetermined is fine. Your essence is drawn towards a being who your influence would complete. I wouldn't say that, though. I want them to feel lost, because that's what it is. They're essentially getting lost in the astral sea, tossed into the minds of somebody else. So, what I'm gonna do though, I'm still gonna have them roll. I'm still gonna have them roll because I want them to feel like it was random. I want there to be the implication that it's random, but it not be random. Okay. Sherlock and Watson is a good example of a foil. Yeah, no, that is good. You feel bad for the bored SOB who's stuck viewing. Oh, okay. Nice. You want to share that in the Discord, Geo? Because I'll definitely be taking a look at that. Because I'm always down for learning new terms and stuff. I'm still gonna have them roll. Because I want the implication that it's randomized. But obviously, as the DM, I know that it's not, and it's all predetermined. But I don't want them to know that. I don't want them to get into this situation and then me go, "Oh, okay. Well, here's your experience." I want them to feel like they determined what their experience is. Also, you reference a lot of unofficial terms from there. It's by no means an official resource, but the terms make good shorthand. Oh, no, that it helps. The classic DM checking notes moments. Yeah, it kind of like that. Yes. It's, although the checking notes moment is improv. That's the improv moment. That's the oh shit, I didn't plan this out. What am I gonna do? Oh, Boblin the Goblin. That's his name. No, this is more like giving the players, telling your players they're living in a sandbox world, but you're really railroading them. Because everything they do, you already know that they're doing. If you're really good at predicting what your players are going to do, you absolutely can railroad them. And I've talked about railroad versus sandbox before, and those that stick around know that I've said before there's no such thing as a sandbox game. Unless you want to do like a hex crawl or something like that, sure, make it really, really fucking difficult. But there's no such thing as a sandbox game. Every single game is a railroad because somebody is always leading, right? In a traditional railroaded campaign, the DM is leading, the DM is telling you where you're going. In a sandbox railroad, the party is determining where they're going, and the party's telling the DM where they're going. The DM can still plan a path as long as they know the end goal. The DM can plan the path and, oh, look at that. Your players are on a railroad. So it's the illusion of choice, I guess. And I told my players when we started that it was going to be a sandbox game. They could do whatever they want. And my initial, when I initially started it, I was like, okay, I need to be prepared for whatever they decide to do, but I'm going to leave seeds of things that they could do. They took one seed, and after that, I was like, all right, here's the path they're taking. And I know them. They probably feel like, okay, they've gotten to make all these different choices, and where they've gotten is completely by their choice, but a lot of it was me railroading them. And I've gotten better at it as I've gone on. There was only one point where I really, really did railroad them, and I didn't give them a chance or a choice, and it was when I threw them into the Feywild. because I had to get them out of the material plane for a little while. Because they exploded the avatar of a demon prince in a major city. That's what happens when one of your players says, hey, I want to play a chaotic evil character. And I said, okay. So, let me... Nomad. Shillelagh. Kunth. Garen. I don't remember my assassin's name. It's like Elvira. No, it's not Elvira. It's Eliza. God, I think she named it after her grandmother too. Like her IRL grandmother or something. What the fuck did she name her assassin? I think my wife has her character sheet. I could probably just go grab that. I don't know. We'll just call her E for right now. And then if Mr. Guy shows up, we'll plan that out a little bit. But we'll see. We shall see. So, Nomad, I think we're gonna make him a slave. He's our big bad barbarian, Mr. Brute Strength everything, Mr. I've got a tool for this, I've got a tool for that, Mr. Super Low Intelligence. We'll make him a slave, right? We'll stick him in a situation where he has no control and his anger and rage is never gonna help. Garen, our quiet little cleric, I like the idea of making him a slave master. But you know what? Just because he's a slave master doesn't mean he's not getting yelled at by superiors. One of these two, though. One of these two. I like the idea of having somebody who's stuck in the vast emptiness of the astral sea, just floating. Never able to move. Right? I like that. I like that. What's the twin Ouroboros look like? I have ideas running through my head. I've already used the twin Ouroboros. Who is the most social guy for floating always alone? Yeah, that's kind of what I wanted to go with. Twin Ouroboros, so it's a circle with a infinity sign in the center. Okay, cool. Yeah, that's the thing. I could give it to Shillelagh, our ranger. She's I don't know. I like this idea. I might actually give this one. I don't know if I'm gonna foil this one. I don't know if every single one should be a foil. Whoever is the most edgelord could view a happy, successful, normal life only to return to know it can never be. Ooh. Ooh, I like that. Oh, Dogness, you're an evil, evil person, aren't you? Oh, I like that. Oh, I really like that. I like that. You know what? I'm gonna do that with the monk. Oh, normal life of a child with happy and loving parents. Ha! Because Kunth's, I mean, technically, both Shillelagh and Kunth have, like, like, daddy or parental issues baked into their backstories. But I think Kunth is going to be the one that it'll impact the most. Oh, welcome, Lomaxer. Lomax, I don't know. Lomax R. They both have parent issues, but I think Kunth's is going to be more impactful because her parents left her at a monastery, as per her backstory. Her parents left her at a monastery when she was young, because as far as her knowledge goes, her father was a high elf and her mother a full-blooded orc. She's playing an elf orc. I allowed that. So I think sticking her in that, although there's the thing. I don't know if she'd actually take it seriously. Because she's not the biggest role player. She's not the biggest role player. Let me see what my fifth player has actually texted me about her backstory. And she's like brand new to D&D, so she doesn't have a whole lot. She said, I figured some tragic event happened with the parents, got taken in by a rogue who felt bad for the orphan, who taught the ways from a young age. Maybe I'll do that with the assassin. Yeah, I think you're right. Dogness. The most edgelord. And I mean, it's not super edgy, but it's getting there. Her story's getting there. And I'll let her play the edgelord. I won't let her try to lone wolf if she does. If she writes a story of a lone wolf, I'm gonna go, no. You need to fucking change that. We don't lone wolf ever. Okay, so let me see. So Kunth. Let's talk about Kunth, because I think Kunth is going to be the difficult one. Then maybe having the monk embody some lazy merchant or something. What could a person dedicated like a monk hate more than just watching some fat wannabe noble merchant being a glutton? So let me describe her. Let me describe her for you. She's very impulsive. She's very, very impulsive. If somebody gets in her way, her first reaction is to punch them in the face. She doesn't like to talk. She's a monk, but she fights like a boxer, right? So she's very up in your face. She's a bully. So why don't we make her get bullied? It's the astral plane, right? There's like, we could have anything there. I don't think I'd put her like I wouldn't put her as a school child that's getting bullied. She'd be a good fit for the slaves too. But what if she was, ooh. I'm just gonna put bullied. I like this though. I like this. Dogness, you're helping more than you actually know. What about a literal heel to a noble, a whipping boy, or yes, ooh, yes, whipping boy. You put words to it. Thank you. Yeah, you put words to it. Fantastic. I'll specify a little bit more, and I might play with that one to see what situation would be the worst to put her in. But no, that's perfect, Dogness. Okay, so let me talk about the Ranger. Let me talk about the Ranger, because this one I think is going to be a little more difficult. She's big on family values, right? She's big on family values. She's looking for her father figure because her mother died when she was young. Her father was never around, or nobody knows who her father was. She's an Asimar, so she's half angel. A whipping boy was a real job where a child would be beaten instead of a noble child as punishment. Oh, Jesus. That makes it even better. That makes it even better. Oh my God, that's amazing. Thank you for that, Dogness. I didn't know that. That makes this even better. I will absolutely put her in that situation. And then I'll have her get teased by the noble child. Oh my God, that's amazing. Thank you. Okay, so the Ranger, half angel, doesn't know daddy, mom died when she was young, taken care of by her father figure. Her father figure ran off. She doesn't know where he is. She's out looking for him. That's her story. So, like, family values, very tight. It's my wife. My wife's the one playing the Ranger, and she likes to read, like, young adult novels and stuff like that. So, I wouldn't say that she's slow to action. But she's not impulsive. She's not impulsive. She's oftentimes unsure of what to do. I don't know. I don't know what to put her down as. I don't know what to put her down as, because she's kind of a, I think just the idea of her not having control over herself is gonna ruin her day. So it may not fully matter. So maybe she's the one that we leave floating out in the emptiness. What if she's the one that we leave floating out there? Because she has such a strong desire to be with her father, right? She has such a strong desire to be with her dad and be with other people. Why don't we make her the one that's stuck alone for years, decades? What about being a deadbeat parent then? Every few years they run away from their family and start again with a new name. Maybe due to addiction or gambling debts. I could. It definitely wouldn't be something that she or her character would do. So putting her in that position. But yeah, I think that's too much. I think that's too much. Because that's more putting her in a position where we're forcing her to do stuff that she wouldn't normally do. With these others, we're taking their choice away, but we're not forcing them into choices. Right? Like with Nomad and Kunth, we've taken away their ability to fight back, right? And that's what they do, they fight back. With Garen, we've taken away his ability to be peaceful. We've taken away his ability to heal. He's a healer. He's a life cleric. I didn't mention that before. So him being a slave master is even worse. I'm sorry. Fucking ads. But I'll say it over. We're taking away their ability to react. We're taking away their ability to be who they are, right? With Nomad and Kunth, we're putting them in positions where they can no longer just fight back. They can no longer brute force their way out of a situation. They're stuck in this. With Garen, because he's a life cleric, making him stuck behind the eyes of a slave master, we're taking away his ability to heal. We're taking away his ability to be peaceful. With Shillelagh, if we were to put her in a situation like that, like the deadbeat parent situation, we're not taking away anything, we're forcing her into actions, right? We're forcing her into actions. So I think she's so driven to find her father figure that leaving her stranded in the middle of nowhere, especially as a ranger who should be able to traverse and move around as, you know, fairly easily, if we'd leave her stuck in the middle of nowhere with nowhere to go, with no way of actually tracking down the people that she wants, that might have the largest impact on her. That might do it. I like this. I like this. I like this. And with that, It makes me question this one. It makes me question this one. But at the same time, I still like this one because even though we're not taking away her actions, we're not taking away her, you know, we're not restricting her to not being able to do what she would normally do. With this, I think it's more like, this is what you're missing, this is what you no longer have, this is what you're never gonna have, so on and so forth, blah blah blah, yada yada yada. Like rubbing it in her face, like, this is what a normal life looks like, and here you are stuck as a killer because your parents died. And then for our 6th player, if he's showing up tomorrow, I have no fucking clue. I should text him and figure it out. I don't know. What do you think about that? What do you think about my reasoning on that? Because if it doesn't make sense, if it doesn't seem impactful, I'm happy to change it. You think they all fit? I'm happy with it. You know? I think I'm happy with it. It's not full. It's not complete. Maybe the happy kid's life thinks things suck and is ungrateful. I like it. I like that, Dogness. I really like that. Because I was about to say, my first reaction to that was, well, she wouldn't know what he's thinking because I want there to be a separation of thoughts. But she would know what she's saying. Because every single one of them, I'm sure, is gonna speak at some point. And I don't want them to hear whoever's voice. I want them to hear their own voice. So it would be somebody else's words, but in their voice. He has everything and squanders it later on, too, ruining the perfect start. Yes, Oh, I love it, Dogness. That's perfect. That's perfect. Absolutely amazing. Normal life of a ungrateful child with happy and loving parents. I don't want to type out a huge paragraph of text right now, but yeah, I think that'll give me enough to go off when I actually type this up. I want a way out. I want a way out. So let's see. Wow, my spelling is terrible. Bear roaring with the voice of his family's screams wakes him. Shillelagh. Shillelagh. What is she gonna do floating out in the astral sea? Hey, Dognus, thanks for the follow. Thank you for the follow. Notes enough to jump off is all you ever need. Yes, absolutely. Absolutely. You are 100% correct. I'm gonna have the ways out listed here because I want them to be very specific. I've linked the image of a twin Ouroboros to Kunth because I'm making it the symbol that her father uses. Thanks for being a creative outlet during boring work. Not a problem. That's what I'm here for. And as long as you're not going to get in trouble at work. I don't want you getting in trouble at work. But yeah, that's what I'm here for. This is my normal like D&D time or planning time. And I just figured, you know what? I'm going to stream it because then it gives me a way to actually talk things out and come up with some really, really great ideas. And since I've been doing this, we've had some amazing ideas. So a whip twisting upon itself? Almost. It's actually kind of, I guess. But I mean, technically a twin Ouroboros is just two Ouroboros. But it's one snake eating another snake, but they're twisted, so it ends up being, hold on, I think I still have the picture up. Yeah, I do. Here, let me pull the images up. There's a lot of different ones, but the one that I've used, oh god, of course the image is from an Amazon thing. The image that I used for my player is this one. So essentially, two snakes, each biting the other's tail, twisted in the center. But yeah. Yeah, no, it's a cool symbol. I like the idea of the Ouroboros. I like the idea of, but I didn't want to use just a simple circle Ouroboros, right? And the idea behind it is that it's the symbol that her father uses. And since she's not in here because she is a frequenter of my streams, I think she stopped coming to my D&D planning once though, which is good. It's a symbol he uses because he practices, I guess, necromantic magics, right? So he's all about rebirth. She left holes in her backstory, and I told my players, the more holes you leave, the more stuff I'm going to throw in. The more you guys fill out, you know, it's more work on you, but it's better and the more control you have over your story. She left holes everywhere, so as an elf orc, I decided she's gonna be the only one in all of existence, and she has these essentially false memories of her loving high elf father with her full-blooded orc mother, and they cared for her and loved her and they loved each other, but people didn't approve of her existence and their relationship, so she got dropped off at a monk monastery while her parents ran off and hid from the lynch mobs, right? It's a nice story, but it didn't have enough. So I decided, you know what? She is an abomination. She's gonna play an abomination. She's gonna think she's a normal thing, but she's not. And I just I was sitting there thinking, I was like, okay, what would actually happen? Like, how would an elf orc actually come to be I was like, well, you know, maybe they did get it on. I was like, no, but I don't like that idea. I don't like the idea of some high elf actually surviving intercourse with a full-blooded orc woman. So I thought, well, what about magic? What if she was created through magic? And that got me thinking on that, and I was like, okay, well, what if it was magic? What kind of magic actually brings life? And necromantic magic is the one that always comes to mind, because even resurrection is still under the necromancy school. And then it had me thinking, okay, well, if it's necromancy, they're not just creating a new life, or he's not just creating a new life, he's bringing one back. And that got me that really got the ball rolling. And I finally settled on her father being a man researching necromancy and necromantic magic in order to bring back his wife or daughter. I don't think I ever actually decided. I think daughter. So trying to bring back his daughter who had died because of illness or was just murdered or something, because she was so weak. So he wanted a daughter that was going to be strong enough to defend herself. So he blended the spirit of an elf and some of the corpse of an elf with the corpse of a full-blooded orc in order to create Kunth, his new daughter, who is an absolute abomination, who's mostly physically mostly orc. And I was like, you know what? I like this. This kind of works out. And then as for her backstory that she wrote, I was like, you know what? Let's make it false memories. She'll be a good enough sport about this to where I can get away with making her backstory really fucked up. Yeah. I'm always happy to mess with people's backstories. Maybe something using the Githyanki Lich Queen court. If they were brought there, they could see some necromantic symbols, including the Ouroboros one. Ooh. See, I don't know a lot of the lore. That's the thing. I really love playing D&D, but when it comes to Wizards of the Coast settings, or TSR? Whatever, I don't remember what the company was before Wizards bought D&D from them. But the original, like, Gary Gygax's stuff. I don't know anything about their settings because I don't like the idea of being forced into... I don't know. I like homebrew. So I never really looked into any other settings. So I'm not familiar with Githyanki stuff or the Lich Queen, or actually this is the first time I've ever heard of the Lich Queen. Githyanki ended up on the body of a dead god drifting in the astral sea. A lich rules them. Cool stuff. Ooh, that does sound cool. That actually sounds pretty awesome. That sounds really cool. But yeah, maybe. Oh, maybe that's what happens. Is she's what if she's so Kunth is our whipping boy, right? Kunth is our whipping boy to a noble. And we'll say teased by the noble child. What wakes them up? What if what wakes them up is... What if it's like a Gith raid? What if it's a Gith raid and they're wearing the symbol of the twin Ouroboros? When a whipping boy is too old, they could be given as a sacrifice or general slave. Yeah, that's another thing. Like, I'm still running off of the idea of there not being any time in the Astral Sea. So it makes the children part a little weird. No, it's okay. It's okay. We've talked about a lot of stuff, so I fully expect people to forget stuff. I forget stuff all the time. It does make the idea of a child in the Astral Sea weird, though, doesn't it? It'd be a child that never grows up. Which I guess raises the question, does that mean Neverland is in the Astral Sea? Oh shit, actually, because Neverland is in the dream world, right? So Neverland would be in the Astral Sea. Oh my god. We have to put Captain Hook in the Astral Sea. I might have ADHD. I don't know yet. I haven't been diagnosed. I might. Oh man, there's a thought though. I never even considered that. When I see my DM tonight, I'll have to mention that. Normally they raise them off the Astral Sea. Little communities of Gith raise kids in a normal plane, then return. Ooh. That makes sense. That makes sense. So, check this out. Check this out. You might like this. To get around that, what if the whipping boy is tied to the astral plane and they never get to leave? But they get passed around to different families. This is the best to listen to, even you don't know what's going on. So brutal, you love it, right? Right? So she's stuck as a whipping boy for like 200 years, getting passed from noble family to noble family to noble family because she's not a person, she's a fucking tool, right? Like, this is the absolute most abusive thing you could do to somebody, is remove all humanity they have and make them a fucking object. Meanwhile, all these kids that, you know, she has to deal with, constantly teasing them, making fun of them, or making fun of her, shit like that, while she gets beat because of what they did. They grow up, they have kids, and then they do the same thing to her. Never even allowed to grow up to a point they can defend themselves. Exactly. Exactly. Stuck as a child in the astral plane. As a punching bag. For a boxer. This reminds you of a very, very messed up anime I heard about. That's cool. Oh my god. Oh, I actually have to build off of this one. This is bad. I really, really like this. That could be one part a sparring partner for a kid raised to be a warrior, but they couldn't ever actually win. Yeah, maybe. This is a dick move. That means it's good, right? If I'm gonna feel bad about doing this to my players, that should mean that it's a good idea, right? Sorry, I'm clearing out notifications and stuff. Feels like this could be some Ender's Game style book, a body of a kid, but the mind of an adult. Ooh, yeah. Yeah. The mind of an adult that can't control the body. Just trapped within a prison in your mind. Never able to do anything about it. God, I love that. Oh God, I love that. You know what sucks? I was given the Ender's Game books. I still haven't read them. I need to read them. I know. And you're gonna say, oh, you should read them. They're so good. I know. I should read them. I don't read though. I used to read when I was in high school. I used to read a lot. I don't read anymore, and I don't know why. Let's see. Let's say Gith raid on the nobles. Sight of Gith wearing twin Ouroboros symbol wakes her. Oh, you should read them. They're so good. Thank you for putting that in quotes. That was fantastic. Okay. So we know hers is detailed, but I think hers is this detailed because I think it has to be. I think it has to be. But here's the thing. Throughout all of this, throughout all of their experiences, and I'm gonna type this out afterwards. But throughout all of their experiences, above them, above their heads, they're gonna see that constellation of the 8-limbed man. Right? So they know they're seeing this detail, and it's gonna stick out in their mind. It's gonna stick out strongly in their mind. Yeah, I like that. Garen, our slave master, we'll just say whipping and torturing people. Easy peasy. Would they start to forget their old life or doubt it even happened? You know what? That's on them. Here's the thing. And sorry, stuff on my desk started moving, and I realized that my cat's sleeping right there. And he's pushing up against a bunch of the stuff on my desk. I don't like telling my players how they feel. I just like describing situations that they're in, and then they decide how it feels. Like dreaming feeling real until you realize something is off and gain control to escape. I might describe as time goes on in these situations, in each of their situations, that memories of their party and memories of where they've been begin to fade, and the only thing they can ever remember now is the existence that they're stuck with. But when they get pulled out of it, it'll be like a dream. It'll be like getting pulled out of a dream. So yeah, sure, yeah, actually, I'm gonna type that out before I forget it. Memories of real world fade over time while stuck in the astral plane, but getting pulled back to reality makes the experience feel like a dream. And again, it's not perfectly written out, but it's something. Not bad. Not bad. Garen, slave master, whipping and torturing people. I'm gonna say, what if he's a Gith? What if he's a Gith slave master? He's a little halfling too. So making him a big tall Gith would be fun. Not that he would know he was a Gith unless he looked in a mirror, but there's a thought. There's a thought. I'm gonna have to tackle that at some point. But we'll keep going. Gift slave master, whipping and torturing people aboard a Githyanki are more pro slaves. Gazera are less so. That is why they don't get along. Well, neat. Again, I don't know the backstories and lore that's been established, but I like that. I like that idea. I'm always for pros. I'm not gonna finish that thought, because I don't need that. I don't need it getting clipped and taken out of context. I really don't need that getting taken out of context. And I'm glad I caught myself. You only know a lot about the GIF because you were DMing for a friend who wanted to be a GIF. Ooh, very cool. Very cool. Yeah, that's kind of how I've done it. When my players mention something that I haven't already like been working on and figuring out, and they mention wanting to do something, I'll say yes, you can do it, and then I start researching stuff and doing all of that. My Kunth player, she got to play a, what are the elephant folk called? A Luxodon. She got to play a Luxodon fighter for one session before he died. They let him get surrounded by mimics. Gith Paladin Bounty Hunter. Ooh, gross. Bit ruthless though. I like that. But yeah, she wanted him to be from, what did she say? Ravnica, right? So I started doing all this research. I got the Ravnica book. I was like, okay, let's do this, and reading on it. And I was like, I'm gonna switch some of it up. I'm gonna make it my own. I'll use the name, but I'm gonna make it my own. But I still used some of the basic ideas of it being a huge, large city. Yeah, I put a lot of work into that, only for them to let her character die in the first session. I don't know. I don't know. Gith. It's the astral plane. I can throw in a dragon wherever I want, right? Yes, I like the simple yes. A large gold dragon. Yeah, we'll say a gold dragon. There we go. So, Garen, and I don't know if I talked about this. He's our life cleric. I know I mentioned that. He's a cleric of Bahamut. Hence why I'm having a gold dragon. I'd do a platinum dragon, but no. But a large gold dragon attacking the ship and, you know, hitting him with his fire breath is going to be what wakes him up. The Githyanki Lich Queen made a partnership with Tiamat even. They often have a red dragon or something for raids. Ooh, neat. That actually makes sense. Kind of makes sense. Dogness, have you played Baldur's Gate 3? I haven't. I only played it a little bit when it first came out in early access. Oh, it's great. It's great. If you like the Divinity Original Sin games, if you like, what is it, Larian Studios, their games, absolutely is going to be a game that you're going to like, specifically because it's built off of like 5e rules, and it's fantastic. It's great to play. It's great to play. Since you haven't played it, I won't talk about it anymore, but I was going to relate something there. You're just waiting for the full release. You're excited as hell though. Okay, cool. Have you watched any videos on it or any gameplay? If you haven't, I won't talk about it anymore. But if you have, it's mostly just like the intro stuff that I was gonna mention. But yeah, so we're gonna just a tad, not much, but spoil away. Okay. It's not huge, but the beginning of the game has you on a Illithid ship, right? Mind flayers. You're too tired to remember my spoilers anyway. Okay. Beginning of the game has you on a Mind Flayer ship, and when it comes under attack, there's Gith on the ship with you, and you're working with them. And the ship comes under attack, and I'm pretty sure it comes under attack by dragons. Yeah, it comes under attack by dragons. And I think, I'm probably wrong, I could be wrong, but I think there was a Gith ship in the background too, with the dragons. So, I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if they held on to some of that lore and, you know, they're really, really sticking with it. But yeah, just a nice little thing to know that you shared. And I was like, oh, this makes sense because of this thing that happens in this game. Okay. So we've got Garen's situation and wake up figured out. Kunth's situation and wake up figure it out. Ease, hers. What if her wake up is her parents dying? And it hits too close to home because it's like it's too real. Good old dragons in space. Fuck yeah. Laser dragons and shit. What if her wake up is her parents dying? Or the parents dying? And it's just it hits too close. It's too close. It's too real. And it's the shock, right? Because that's what I'm going for. I'm going for some shock. Shock is what's pulling them out of everything. I like that. I like that. What if we do a Batman thing and we just mug her parents and shoot them in a back alley while she's leaving a theater? So electrocution. Oh, hey, clever. She didn't say how her parents died. She didn't say how her parents died. It would be cool if I made them die the same way. When I see her tomorrow, because this stuff isn't coming into play tomorrow when we play. It's gonna come into play the session after that, so in like 2 weeks. So I should have enough time to get more details from her about her backstory and kind of work on it with her a bit. So maybe I'll just say parents die and that's what wakes her up. And then I can build off of that later. And I'm actually just gonna say that wakes her up. Shillelagh. Nomad's is easy. Nomad's is always easy. His is easy because he's a great role player. I really, really like, he's my best friend. He's a great role player. He does an amazing job. He really puts a lot of effort and work into it. Since it is random, having it be a different way could be good. True. True. Good point, Dogness. So what I'll do is I'll figure out what I'll figure out what the, oh shit. Meridian coming in with a raid. I'm sorry, Dogness. We'll get back to that in just a second. Holy shit, Meridian with a raid of 11. How's it going, buddy? Thank you for the raid and the host. Absolutely amazing. You have no idea how much I appreciate that. That is huge. How did your stream go? What were you streaming? Okay, Dogness. Now I'm here twice. Well, we like collecting all your squirrels, J-Ron. Refresh your stream so that the numbers count. Ooh, yes. Thank you, Meridian. It was really good. You were doing Elden Ring. Ooh, nice. How far are you? And Dogness, I think what I'll do is I'll figure out how her parents died, and then I'll make sure that it's not the same way, right? You can even see the happy kid going down a dark path and killing their parents or something. Ooh. Oh, shit. Dogness, you're a fucking genius. Oh. 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 Dogness, you're a genius. Because I know she's not going to make that her backstory. Who would? Who would? Oh, that's amazing. Ooh, and thank you for the follow. I don't know how to read that. You just beat Godric the Grafted, so not bad. Beat multiple bosses. Very, very nice. Very nice. One of these days, I'll probably, maybe, I don't know, try Elden Ring. That is so good, so good. Right? Like, for a player whose parents died tragically, to have to sit there behind the eyes of a kid that kills their own parents? Fucking amazing. Oh god, dogness. A plus play right there. A plus play. It translates to wings up high. Oh, Meridian, seriously though, thank you for the raid. Absolutely amazing, absolutely fantastic. Oh god, let me double check some stuff here. And hello, Wings Up High. Okay, I see. Hello, Wings Up High. Welcome. Thank you for the follow. How are you doing? Was Meridian entertaining enough for you? I hope he was. You haven't done a good D&D brainstorm session in a while. Hey, if you want to stick around, I'm here for it. I've technically, so I said I have to go play D&D today. Technically, they started about 15 minutes ago, but I already told them that I was going to be late because I'm going to be doing my streams. So they're like, oh yeah, just show up late. He funny. He said McDonald's bad. Wait. I don't know how do you say it bad? That feels like some M. Night Shyamalan style twist. Yes, it absolutely does. Oh, you know I will. Nice. Well, Meridian, we're right now we're working, and I've got my desk cam up because I was doing some miniature work. And unfortunately, my big bad Cyclops, it printed wrong, and it's missing a leg, which means now I have to do cleanup on my 3D printer because it means there's some chunk floating around in there. But I did get my little baby Oogle printed. And I'm gonna use this for an arena fight. It's gonna be like a little baby Hulk almost. Cyclops. You are entertaining, Meridian. You are. Also, you got a fast food tier list stream and said that McDonald's is C tier. Oh. Honestly, I'm not a fan of McDonald's. I'll eat it, but it's not my first pick. Or give it a peg leg and make it a pirate Cyclops. Ooh. I could. I've had to patch miniatures before. Yes. I've had to patch miniatures before. Human debris. Hey, how's it going? Add that to his background. One-legged Cyclops with a vendetta. I've had to patch miniatures before. This is a aboleth that I printed on my filament printer. And I wish the camera was better so you could see, but like you really can't see any of the layer lines. It's super smooth. Like this print came out amazing, except it was missing one of the tentacles. If you can tell me which tentacle it was missing, I don't know, I'll make you VIP for a day or for the stream. But yeah, I had to remake one of the tentacles on it, and I made it out of like front left. So if I hold it like this, you think front left? His left. Oh, this one? Yeah, good call. Good call.
Watch your profanity.
Oh, and I don't get to cuss for 10 minutes. Do I have the timer up? No, I don't. This is my file explorer. Desktop. There we go. Let me turn that on and we'll do this. All right, no cussing for 10 minutes. And yeah. Let me see. Can I? Oh, maybe I can. Hold on. Sorry. No, it's fine. There we go. Dogness, you're now a VIP for the rest of the stream. Okay. 2 time lengths. No skin off my back.
Watch your profanity.
But yeah. Thanks, whale. The last guy, no, I don't. His tail has not been made yet. He's been tough to get to the game. So, because of that, I don't know much. When I can get him there, I will get more information. But yeah, I don't know his backstory yet. I don't even know what he's gonna play. Well, it is random. Let's think of one truly random then. Yeah, and his may actually not matter all that much.
Watch your profanity.
Another 10 minutes? You son of a bitch, you held out. Nothing says I can't. I'm just not gonna sit there and not talk for 2 minutes. But if I have to not talk for 3 seconds, oh, you bet your you fucker. Yeah, good job. You got me. Good job, you got me. And now I have a half hour of no cussing. It's the little things. Yes, it is. But yeah, I don't know his backstory yet. It may not matter, but we can kind of just make it random, make it anything. You weren't even intending it. Well, that's all it takes. That's all it takes. If you get me talking, it's gonna happen. I cuss all the time. I cuss all the time. My kids used to cuss all the time until I made them stop because they were getting to school age. And I was like, I can't have them going to school and cussing up a storm in their classrooms. Something like just a grunt in the military being broken down and seeing too much bloodshed. Ooh, yeah, that's not a bad one. That's not a bad one at all. It's funny until I get called into their office and I have to go to the school in the middle of the day because my kid won't stop saying the F word. But let me tell you, hearing a little like Hearing a little 3-year-old girl drop F-bombs all the time is absolutely hilarious. And now I've got them trained so much that, like, I can't even tell them to say a cuss word now. Hey, Enigma! First time chat, too. How's it going, buddy? I like the military thing, Dogness. I like the military thing. Oh, and because you're VIP, I'll tell you, I made that leg out of like drywall plaster and tried my best to shape it. It's not too bad. I think it still blends pretty well. Good enough, anyway. You know, your friends just had a kid and you're placing bets on what their first swear is gonna be. My bet is on the S word. So we can make his military background. I like that. Ooh, Enigma with the follow. Thank you. I appreciate it. Let's see. So Shillelagh, again, your sister's first word was yeah. It seems like a popular one. You don't have points to be a menace. Yes, you do. Yes, you do. We're guessing F because we use that word like it's water. Yeah. You know for a fact your kid's first swear is going to be, yep. Sounds about right. So Shillelagh, our wonderful ranger, she doesn't know this, but I'm making her make a choice between nature and nurture. Being an ASMR, she is half angel. I'm making the angel related to our wonderful god of nature and wrath and all of that, Talos. Praise Talos. Meanwhile, her father, so that's nature. Meanwhile, her father figure, nurture, is really kind of a paladin devotee to Elona, another nature god. She's been getting dreams and stuff, essentially like a huge tree standing up against a massive lightning storm, and it's, you know, there's fire and stuff's burning and all of this, and yeah, I've been having fun with the imagery. Nature versus nature. Well, yeah, it's nature versus nature, but in nature versus nurture. So it's nature versus nurture. Does that work? So hers, leaving her floating alone in the astral sea, I think what's gonna wake her up is, I don't know, like, I don't know. Maybe she'll get a vision of, maybe she'll, I don't know. I don't know what to do with her. I don't know what to do with her if we just leave her floating out amongst the stars. Do we have her drift towards a cloud of like space dust that ends up looking like a tree, but astral dreadnought? I really don't know how an astral dreadnought would fit into that. That's the thing. I don't know how I'd fit that in. But we can have them floating alone in the astral sea. Me neither, but they're cool. They are cool. Tarrasque is cool. You could make a Tarrasque cool. A Tarrasque as is kind of boring, honestly. But you can make a Tarrasque cool. Give it fire breath. Make it a dragon. Then it's cool. So what if we, yeah, let's say space dust cloud shaped like a massive tree with a ML Radish. Thank you for the follow. And hello, welcome. What if it was a cloud of star powder behind it that looks like a tree for a moment, like a ship's wake? Yeah. You tried to find me the other day, but you couldn't. Oh, I'm sorry. If it was Wednesday, I didn't stream on Wednesday. I was sick. I don't know what happened to me, but Tuesday night, right after my stream on Tuesday, I ended up with like severe chills. I couldn't stop shaking. And then woke up in the middle of the night, super hot. Checked my temperature both times. No fever. I didn't know what was going on. Fedre Faye, thank you for the follow. And I hope you like the way I butcher your names. Now, you saw me like Monday and you couldn't find me again since. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. But hey, welcome. Thank you for the follow. And yeah, hopefully you like D&D talk. I'm literally just figuring out my own campaign. And you guys are absolutely amazing. Our wonderful Dogness has given me some great ideas. If you guys have ideas that you want to throw out at me, go ahead and throw them out, and generally probably ask what we're doing first. I've had people come in and go, oh, you should do this. And it's like, well, it's a great idea, but it doesn't fit. Or if you're planning D&D or you play D&D and you need ideas for anything, please feel free to chat, because our wonderful chat is always here to help, not just me. Like, I have some amazing people in chat right now. The timer, that's how long I can't cuss. It doesn't seem that bad, but I cuss a lot. So it's really bad. It's stressing you out. Oh, I'm sorry. It's not meant to stress you out. It's meant to stress me out. And Faye, homebrewing is hard. Yeah, homebrewing is hard. Homebrewing takes a lot of work. And I'll say, I'm gonna flip through this real quick, or I'll just kind of like drag up and down. A lot of these are empty. I have some notes here or there, but then some of this stuff has a lot of stuff in here, right? And that's just this one section. If I go here, I've got my players' stories listed. Some of it's not actually written up. I've got utilities. If you guys need help with like homebrewed items, if you need house rule ideas, info on self-training proficiencies for your players, you're bouncing back and forth between two, so you may be silent for a bit. Not a problem, Geo. You do what you gotta do. I have information. I have no problem if you guys steal my stuff. If you need to use something, if you're looking for something that you're just having trouble with, feel free to throw it out, ask. I work on a lot of stuff. Oh, and then, yeah, lots of stuff. I've worked on a lot over the years. You're probably the other Uber TTRPG nerd here. Yes, Concerned Whale Productions is absolutely amazing. He is a font of knowledge. He also streams his own D&D stuff, so if you guys are interested, follow him as well. And the best part is, he's usually not streaming at the same time I am, which means you can hit us both up. What program am I using to organize it all? It's Microsoft OneNote, or it's OneNote. You can find it Microsoft OneNote, but it's OneNote. It is absolutely amazing. I don't remember who turned me on to it, but it is one of the best things I've found for organizing my D&D stuff. And before I used this, right? I'm a binder guy. And actually, that entire drawer of that file cabinet is all D&D notes and stuff like that. But yeah, OneNote is absolutely amazing. and I'll say it's amazing because I have it on my PC here, and then I have it on my phone, and then I have it on my daughter's laptop. So if I'm at home and I'm working on it, I can sit on my computer. If I'm in the car or driving or I'm at the store or something, I can open it on my phone and add something. And then when I go play D&D, I just take my daughter's laptop with me and then I have it there. Super, super flexible, and it all syncs over the cloud, so it's great. Radish. Okay, I'll tell you what I need. I need 3 different starting grounds for a campaign. I've got one which is playing a module, creating one, or running a series of little adventures. And you're the uber nerd? You have a ton of note folders on your phone that get auto synced to OneNote. Yeah, they're super, super easy. So you need 3 ideas for the start of a campaign. Like just where they're beginning. All kobold players' characters. Gabby loves the kobolds. But yeah, Faye, if you're looking for something to help with organization, OneNote is amazing. My DM, he's old school. He's old school. Been playing since like AD&D, and I turned him on to OneNote, and he was like, "Oh my god, this is amazing. This is the best thing. Thank you for this." So yeah. First question: what's the tone you want to go for? Standard fantasy? Ooh, yeah. Well, my question, Radish, is what do you mean by startup? Like, are you looking for just like your intro to the campaign, or are you looking for a full seeded idea for a campaign? Like, oh, they're going to be treasure hunters, or oh, they're going to be doing this, or oh, they're going to be doing that, or are you just looking for alternatives to the standard, oh, everybody gathers in the tavern beginning? That's my question. And hello, is that Dorothy Gaming? If it's not, congratulations, you've had your name butchered. Could start out dead and meet everyone and find a way out of the realm. Ooh, I like that. I like that. Like wandering around in another realm's graveyard, and you guys got to figure out a way to get out of or beyond the fence. But yeah, you're the uber nerd. You've got $2,000 of TTRPGs. Ooh, within the last year. Radish, we need to talk about your candle addiction. And I hope you guys understand that reference. People always say my name wrong. You can just call me Thea or T. Tell me you want me to butcher it, and I will butcher it. Okay. Otherwise, I'll call you Thea. Wow, so many new people today. This is absolutely amazing. Yeah, this is great. I feel so loved. Just call you Thea. All right, and thank you for the follow. Oh my god. I double checked the timer. I was like, have I cussed? Have I said anything I'm not supposed to? No. I think I'm good. Let me fix this. My Discord has been bumping all day. Everyone loves D&D. They do. D&D is absolutely amazing. Okay. TTRPGs are absolutely amazing. I'm saying that for you, Gio. Whether you like D&D, whether you like Pathfinder, whether you like Star something, I don't know. Doesn't matter. TTRPGs in general are so fantastic. And yeah, when I get the physical copy of the Avatar TTRPG, the Last Airbender one, I'm definitely gonna play a few one-shots or maybe a short campaign using that, because it seems really simple, and I really, really like that idea. Dogness, that's directed at Radish. Actually, an airship crashes and players need to get resources to repair it. Not bad. Powerful Archfey shrinks down some random folk, put them in a dollhouse. Love it. You are in a tavern. Love it. When you exit the door, it just leads to another tavern. Ooh. Ooh, I like that. So it can be both. It's not D&D, it's C&C, which is more low fantasy than standard D&D. Okay. Avoid the lore dump. Yup. Throw them into a situation and give them the minimal amount of information. Yup. Geo is... Concerned Whale Productions also goes by Geo. Is absolutely correct. Like D&D, but there's so much more under the sun. Yeah. So campaign planning. I am a GM, a DM. I am the guy behind the screen. I am the dude that makes my players upset. I'm also a player in another game, but yeah, I DM for, or GM. Oh, we'll say GM, because they're very rarely in dungeons. But I GM for my close personal friends as well as my wife, and yeah, it's a fun time. It's a fun time. Everyone for your party wakes up tied up somewhere with no recollection of how it happened. They have to piece together what happened and escape by... Okay. Faye, that's very, that's almost an amnesia start. And it's not a bad start. It's not a bad start. Just literally throwing them in somewhere and going, hey, like Concerned Whale said, throwing them in somewhere and going, hey, here's the situation that you have to deal with, and then letting them figure it out is often the best way to do it, regardless of what situation it is. Look up Castles and Crusades, it's amazing. I'll have to look it up. DM, GM, same stuff. I saw the S word. I saw the S word thing. I can't cuss right now. I'm, My cusser's under lockdown. GM is actually a registered trademark by Hasbro, so no other game can use it. Oh, really? But what about the term Game Master? You prefer Castle Keeper? Because I've seen lots of other TTRPGs use GM as the abbreviation for Game Master. I'm DM, not GM. Okay. Oh, that makes... Okay. That makes more sense. That actually makes a lot more sense as to why GM is more widespread. That's good to know. See, we're learning today, folks. We're sharing ideas. We're learning stuff. It's amazing. Welcome to school. I hope you guys brought lunch, because the school is underfunded, so we can't provide free lunch. Let me finish typing this. Your preferred title is Keeper of Arcane Lore or Master of Ceremonies. I like the Master of Ceremonies. Yay, America. You know it, Dogness. Alright. Space Dust Cloud. Shaped like a massive tree. I'm gonna do comma, not with. Comma. Lightning. We'll say striking and coursing through the cloud. Because it'll just be a reminder for her. You're making mac and cheese, so you're set for school. Well, Faye, I hope you brought enough for the class. Master of Ceremonies comes from City of Mists. Oh, yeah. If you have links, like honestly, I feel bad. I feel bad because I'm not writing any of this stuff down. If there is stuff that you guys want to see, even if you only do it for a second, feel free to pop into our Discord and just throw a message in to like our tools and resources section, and yeah, it's in that drive you sent me. Oh, okay, cool. Gabby, you're just downloading art reference for some art you're gonna be drawing. Nice. I hope I get to see it. Yeah, there you go, Radish. There's our Discord. It's run by a couple of us streamers, and is just mostly just a hangout place to chat. I try not to pimp my stuff too much, but yeah, I've got socials and stuff, and if you guys want to chat, hang out, stay in contact outside of the streams, or just keep up to date to when we are streaming, feel free to take advantage of all that. So yeah, Thea, lurk away. You were just working on some fan fiction, so, well, okay. If it's not too lewd, I'd love to hear what it's about. But yeah, lurk away. I always appreciate my lurkers. If I scroll into the top of tools and resources, yes, like we share stuff in there for folks. How often do I do these prep sessions? Once a week, actually. It used to be Saturdays, but my schedule shifted a bit, so now it's every Friday. So I will be doing this specifically my D&D prep sessions every Friday, Dogness. But then I do stream Monday through Friday. Amateur? What do you mean amateur? Not bad. I like this. I have no idea what we're gonna do for him. I'll put in. We'll just put in military life. I'll make a note of that. I think Dogness mentioned that. Look at resources. Oh no. Oh man. Radish, that's huge. And thanks for sharing. Wow. That is huge. Oh my god. I don't write lemon or lime, if you know what those. Doing a one shot where a mentor borrows the loss of his mentee. Oh, well, I'm sure, and I don't know what those terms mean. Which probably means I'm too pure for my own chat. But I'm hoping it sounds or I hope it comes out good. I hope it comes out good. I'm tongue-tied. I'm very tongue-tied. You jump from fandom to fandom. You're currently on Star Wars. Nice. Very cool. Yeah, I think I'm just gonna put down military life there. It's not a terrible start. It's not a terrible start at all. So tomorrow, what my players are gonna be facing is gonna be day 3 up on the mountains. It's gonna be a fairly short session, I'm guessing, but it'll have 2 combats in it. First combat, they're going to be finding the imps and the chain devil, because we decided we were going to increase it with 6 players. So 3 upgraded imps plus a chain devil, which again upgraded a little bit, to fight my party of 6 level 8s. So they're going to encounter that. They'll be getting back their stolen goods, or at least the majority of it. Then they'll encounter a little bit of like roleplay / just environmental encounter. Nothing major, just some things getting in their way, some stuff that they'll see, basically like warning signs of the natural world saying, don't go this way, there's bad stuff this way. regardless of how powerful your characters are, they're not known all over every realm across everything ever. So it's fine to include folks that say, well, I don't know, it might be too rough for you. As they get closer, they'll come across like the farm / garden area that obviously the monks would be keeping up there. And then at the entrance, they'll encounter the 2 ice golems, which...
Watch your profanity.
Another 10 minutes. Okay. But yeah, they'll encounter the ice golems. Yeah, why not? All right. I do have to leave at some point to go play D&D. But yeah, so that's kind of what they're going to be encountering tomorrow in our session. So we're looking at like 2 combats that should take up the majority of the time, and leave it a little more interesting. That also means that they're going to be down on resources when they get into the temple, and they're going to be encountering more stuff. So it should be finally a good drain on their resources. Say you only know what lime and lemon means, so that you can get around the disgusting stuff. Fair. Just don't share the one with your name locked into the PDF or you'll get in trouble. Good to know. And usually I don't share I don't share stuff that other people share with me. I leave that up to them. So I probably won't share anything in there, but I'll definitely take a look, Radish. Thank you. People are coming when it's clean, so let's keep it that way. Yeah, my PC single-handedly killed the gods of gods, Ayo. So I think if you make his start as a level 3. Ooh, don't you hate it when you fat finger? I do that all the time. But yeah, day 3. It'll be snowing a little bit. It'll be cold, but not too bad. They're dressed up in like cold weather clothing and stuff. Plus the barbarian's a Goliath. Don't have to worry about that. Some other stuff, I don't know. Some other stuff. Oh, that reminds me. Oh, my books are buried. Never mind. I'm not gonna do it. Other than that, this isn't bad. We've definitely built something better. We'll have to work on the map, which again, and actually, I guess I can show that off. Let me see if I can... Oh, it's over here. Yay, Steam. If you guys don't know, and Concerned Whale Productions showed this to me before, Illwinter's floor plan generator. It is great. Fantastic. And you can get it on Steam, and it's cheap. It's only a few bucks. We're gonna do that. File menu, we'll load that one, click OK. It's not super pretty. It's not the prettiest thing you've ever seen, but it definitely works. And last time we were building our temple, Shut up and take my money. Welcome, Hatch. Use Incarnate. I've used Incarnate before, Faye. And it's good. It was just more money than I wanted to spend, and that's because I'm like, I very much prefer using just graph paper and a pencil and eraser. But this has been good for planning stuff out while I'm doing my streams. And you know what? I'm not really doing anything here anymore, so I'm gonna do that. But yeah, this has been good for helping to plan stuff during my streams. Incarnate is good for world maps. Yeah, that's true. Prefer Illwinter for dungeons. Yeah, Illwinter's really good because I think, doesn't it start out? No, maybe I'm thinking of something else. I'm a streamer. I don't have to explain why I don't have a 6K setup. Fair. But yeah, just a couple of the tools that I use. I use a bunch of tools. Starts close to roll 20 size. Yeah. No, I'm not saying, and it's really hard to find a one program that works for absolutely everything. It's almost impossible. It's almost impossible to find something that works for absolutely everything without dishing out a whole ton of money. But some tools like Illwinter's, it's not pretty, but boy does it do the job. Boy does it do the job. And oftentimes those are some of the better ones. And yeah, this is the start of our temple, which I need to actually finish. I've only made progress on streams. I haven't worked on this outside of stream. Where were we gonna put the hot spring? Because this was gonna be kind of the dormitory area. This is gonna be the main temple where most of the worship, well, not worship, sorry, most of the meditation and stuff like that is happening. This is also gonna be the entrance to the underground vault area, right off the dorms. So like, nestle it in right here between the main temple building and the dorms. We could do, or I could do that. And then what I could do is I could build a fence between here and around. That way it's still fenced in, and then we'll have the larger walls outside of the buildings to protect the entirety of the compound, I guess we'll call it. You use a laptop, a phone, and some gridded whiteboards. Ugly, but it gets done. Hey, you know what? It works. It works. I use for like small stuff. I bought these. It's hard to see on the camera. I'll see if I can angle it. There we go. They're like laminated whiteboard, cardboard things. They link together because they're almost like puzzle pieces. They're super nice. Dry erase works on them. Don't leave it on for too long, obviously, just like any other whiteboard. They're like 8x10 as well, so you can put them in different arrangements, and it works. It works really, really well. I got those off Amazon, but if you can find them elsewhere, buy them elsewhere. We don't need to. Well, I shouldn't talk bad about Daddy Bezos. Not on Twitch. But yeah, I use those. I also have some vinyl mats for like large overworld stuff. I'm actually working on doing some terrain pieces. You can see right here, I've got trees. I've got tons of trees. I'm working on, and this full cabinet back here of like painting supplies and various other stuff. I'm working on more terrain building. trying lots of different things. Where's my train? Oh, there he is. I need to give this guy another coating of flock, but kind of my hodgepodge Trant. I found a STL for a twig blight, I think, and I blew him up so he's nice and big. And then the tree top is actually like a chunk of a foam mattress that I just carved and picked and ripped at until I hollowed out the inside. Stuffed some like Dollar Tree fake moss up inside of it. I painted the thing green. I got some like cheap IKEA plants, so there's these vines that hang down out of the treetop. Painted those to make them a little more uniform with the tree. I just recently put flocking on it. He's still unfinished, but yeah, lots of work. Looks dope. Thanks. I try. I like the terrain and miniatures part of playing D&D. I like the tactical aspect of combat. I'm a big tactics fan, like the Final Fantasy Tactics games. I absolutely love those. I can't believe I've gone this long without cussing. And we've been doing this for like 4 hours. So, before anybody else redeems points, and there's the Vampiric Hyrulean. I was just speaking your praises earlier. How's it going? I hate that I'm actually thinking of ending right now. But again, like my group started playing D&D an hour ago, and I kind of want to go join them. So, yeah, this stuff. If you guys again, and I feel awkward pimping my own stuff. But if you guys want to stick around, if you want to stay in touch, if you want to ask questions outside of these streams, please feel free to follow or use that Discord command, join our Discord channel. We talk about D&D, we talk about a bunch of stuff on there, and I'm usually, when I get bored in the middle of the night, I'll usually drop a bunch of memes in our meme channel. But yeah, other than that, yep, there it is, Gabby. Thank you very much for popping that up for me. And then, yeah, feel free, if you guys want to do that, go ahead. If you don't worry about it. Go play. Better to show late than not at all. Absolutely true. And I'm also interested to see how our DM fixes the mess that we're in. I don't know what it is. The whole campaign's been super chaotic. But yeah, I'd love to be able to talk to you folks outside of stream. I can finally fucking cuss again. Other than that, my schedule's on my Twitch page. I stream Monday through Friday. Pacific time, it's about 1 p.m. that I start. I hope that I can see you guys in my...
profanity.
Geo, I will let that... I'm gonna do what I did last time. I'm gonna have that carry over to my next stream, okay? So I'll make a note of that. You joined the Discord? Awesome. I'll be sure to chat you up there, Faye. But yeah, I'm gonna go play. I'll start my next stream with 10 minutes of no cussing. Fuck. Yeah, other than that, I guess I hope I see you guys in my next stream. If not, again, I'm doing this every Friday, so hopefully I'll see you guys here. Hey, I really don't know how to. I'm gonna call you HP. There we go. HP, thank you for the follow. Oh man, you guys are so amazing. Seriously, hold on, let me go through this. HP for the follow, Thea for the follow, Faye for the follow, Radish for the follow, Enigma for the follow, Wing, I don't remember the name. It's Wings something. Thank you for the follow. Meridian with the host and raid, absolutely amazing. Dogness for the follow. You guys are awesome. You really made my day. This is one of my, like, I'm super pumped. Like the letter. Oh, Ache. Like in Spanish, or is it just H? Most likely you'll join the prep streams, if not more. Fantastic. Dogness, I'd love it if you did. You were amazing, a huge help. Like, huge H. Okay. So, instead of just ending the stream, because I never like to just end the stream, and we have a ton of people in here, I wanna share the love. I wanna share the love, so let's raid somebody. We can raid one of my typical folks, or if you guys want to stick with D&D stuff, we can do that as well. But I'm looking at my buddy Namu, who he's super awesome, super supportive, absolutely amazing, and it looks like he's playing Destiny 2 right now. Is that true? Is he playing Destiny 2? He's playing Destiny 2. Would you guys want to raid him, or do you want to Namu be chillins? Yeah, Namu's cool. Namu's cool. His laugh is amazing. It is just mwah, right? And he's usually super high energy. But if you guys want to stick with D&D stuff, we can also see who's streaming D&D stuff. And I'm actually gonna pull up the Dungeons and Dragons section right now. Usually it's just a bunch of folks playing their games, which isn't bad. Destiny, faces Destiny. J-Ron says Namu, his toad voice. Oh god, yeah, Namu. You know what? Let's raid Namu. We'll give Namu some love. You'll join the raid and go find someone to watch playing BioShock. That's fine. If you guys do stick around for the raid, that would be absolutely amazing. You like the prep streams? Awesome. Namu being hyped real good right now. Yep. All right. We'll raid Namu. We'll raid Namu. So again, holy shit. Absolutely amazing. You guys are all fantastic. Thank you all for hanging out. Better than jumping in the middle of a random game for sure. Yeah. Good point. Yeah, thank you all. You guys are absolutely amazing. I'm out of this world right now. I hope I see you guys for my other streams, streaming whatever random crap I decided to play. If not, then I'll see you guys next Friday when I do this again. And yes, thank you for the reminder, J-Ron. Be sure to refresh after you join Namu's stream, so it's counting the view. And yeah, have a good day, guys.